Okay, party people, welcome back. So last time, I think we pretty much finished up with normal survival mode. I think what we're going to do now is do these challenge modes. And for lack of a better idea, let's just take it from the top. So, first one, hopeless rescue. Are you the last person alive? You have to know. If only you could get a signal out to someone. So the goal here is to recover the distress pistol from, so basically the flare gun, from the summit of Timberwolf Mountain, and then fire it from the top of the Desolation Point lighthouse. So I guess let's see exactly what we have to find out. And there wasn't even a difficulty choice. Okay, so I guess let's see how this goes. First question is, where does it start us? The Trapper's Cabin in Mystery Lake. Okay, this could be something of an issue because this is quite far from where I would like to be. And I'm sure that I've forgotten all of the skills that you need to know before you really get kitted out with stuff. So first order business is we loot every last thing. A note left behind. You won't remember me. The world doesn't stop when the lights fade. This is how it begins. Stay calm, observe, survive. Your father saw this day. Your papa. Don't believe what you hear. What he did was far off dawn, for a far off dawn. Maybe you can recall the fire. Your father understood that we dance for our children's children's children. My dear, one day you will feel the voices rise in your heart. Enter a cave and stand until stars appear. Climb the highest peak. Sing when the brutality hits. I'm here with you. The winter winds can only get so cold. I've said it before, but whatever this guy was on when he wrote this, I want some. Backer 4783, hook me up with your dealer. Okay, backpack.
Wonder if the owner's around.
The owner is me, clearly. Antibiotics, we'll take it. Accelerant, firearm cleaning kit, requires a pry bar. Rip. Magnifying lens, always take that. Candy bar. Storm lantern. Sewing kit. Rifle cartridge, all these things, revolver ammunition, all these things hidden away in these dark corners. Is there anything else good around here? I guess it's just the safe, so it's counterclockwise first, right? Nope, that was around 50, wasn't it? Where was it? So 53. Can't be past 50. Okay, 5310. And what's the last one going to be? Probably would have been faster to just blast by and find the number. But at this point, we're in too deep. Come on. This has got to be the farthest around I've ever gone on one of these. 53, 10, and 3 or something. Okay, show me the goods.
Hope nobody needs this.
We got cash. We got pretty decent boots, actually. And a flare shell. I wonder if that's the flare shell we'll need for later. Okay, so what do we have? Not a lot of clothing. Let's swap out these leather boots for something decent. We do have gloves now. There's a meowing cat. I guess might as well wait for a couple people to filter in. think the cat just wants some attention. Come on, buddy. Nope, he just meows and walks away. I guess that's the way it's got to be, huh? Okay, so we need to not get frostbite, something on our noggin. Gecko, welcome. Yeah, I don't know if you heard him meowing just now. But he's meowing up a storm and then he promptly just left after I picked him up and put him down. Okay, so this is the top challenge, which is the go to Timberwolf Mountain, get a flare gun, and go to Desolation Point and fire it. We started in the Trapper's Cabin, which is quite a bit farther away than I was hoping to start. And we need to figure out what the deal with clothing is. So, do we even have a map? We don't even have a map. Luckily, we kind of know, well, because I've just been walking around, I kind of know my way and stuff. So I think you've never done the challenges. I'm surprised, although I'm also not surprised because I've had this game for how many years and I've never done them either. He's meowing. I'll get a scratch. He can get a scratch. One of these days I'll set up a cat camera. There are a couple of places he likes to lay down. One of them is over by a windowsill. One of them is on the desk next to me. And one of them, and I'm sure you've heard me complain about this, is right in between the monitor and the keyboard in front of me. Okay, there we go. He's had some attention. Maybe he'll take a nap now. We'll find out. I also just fed him. Okay, so did I even... No, I didn't search the first aid kit. Rookie mistake. Okay, so cloth. I actually want to break down as much of the stuff as we can get from here. And also need to remember that we don't have very good carry weight. A measly 30 kilograms. A peasant's 30 kilograms. Okay, so I think the first order of business is, and I've got half a mind, if I knew how to set it up better, I've got half a mind to draw out the map again. But we can head over to right across outside of Trappers. There's a field. Across the field, there's like a busted up house. Maybe there's some firewood there. Maybe there's some other tools. Maybe a hatchet if we're lucky. Past that, over a hill, there's, what is it? Was it Dan's last stand or like Mark's last stand? No, it's Max's last stand. Some dude's last stand. And this is actually exactly the place that we uncovered in Mystery Lake yesterday. And so that's got a guy. Maybe he has something. And then to the left of him, there's another busted up house. And if we keep going past that house, there's the train tracks. We can follow that into the cabin. And we can decide, based on what's there, if we want to spend some time memeing and fishing. Because Mystery Lake can be pretty juicy as a starting location. Alternatively, we could just walk up the trail. I want to get to the hydroelectric dam, and then to go to, where's next? And then to go to the coastal highway. I would want to go, I want to follow the train tracks because there's a train car there that might have stuff in it. And it also brings us by the fire watch, which we can go into. So let's, I guess, start. And if we find a pry bar really soon, kind of want to make sure there's no cloth I can break down to bring with. But if we can find a pry bar really soon, then we can do a quick jump back here. Let's take the book. And open up this locked locker, which probably has something juicy like a rifle in it. But for now, we just check all the nooks and crannies, and I think we head out. Okay, not the greatest weather. Not the greatest weather, and it's quite cold. The only upside is we have basically all of our sprint meter. The meower in chief has returned. I guess the fourth place he likes to sit is on the floor behind me. Okay, first order business. Do we have any stuff? Is there a time limit? It didn't seem like there was a time limit. It seemed like it was just kind of a normal survival mode, but with an objective. At least as far as I know, there's... And that, I believe, leads... Actually, where does that cave lead? Kind of want to see. I don't actually remember where this leads, but it didn't sound like there was a time limit. If you're an aficionado of the episodes, this is the cave you come out of in the or at the end of the first episode, and you see the trapper fighting with the bear right here. It's kind of an ominous. Okay, leave Mystery Lake. Well, that goes the wrong way. I don't remember exactly where it ends up. Oh, you know what? Of course, it probably leads to the mountain town. That makes the stream sound like it's a Minecraft stream with the background Minecraft kitten noises. Yeah. He can be pretty pushy, but it's not like he doesn't have anything he needs. Okay. And how are we doing on... We should be probably... Oh, I guess we're not getting frostbite quite yet. But this still isn't a great situation, especially since it's almost night. Oh, hold on. Time remaining. We have 1 week to do this. I just pressed tab and learned something. So the exact thing that I just said before is incorrect. So I guess we can't really faff around for very long. All right, what you got? It was Max's last stand. My memory is so good. Now, I don't even know why I'm picking up these crow feathers. We are never going to have the time to craft a bow. What we are going to have to do is have the time to put on this hoodie. Okay, one of the upsides of having a time limit here is I'm a little bit less concerned about using consumable things like matches. Although we did find a magnifying glass, which is absolutely decadent. Okay, but ooh, I forgot that we don't have the cramp... Oh, well, two things. One, we don't have the crampons. Two, we're also not over encumbered right now. And I think somewhere over in this direction is that busted up cabin. That doesn't mean I don't want to spend forever on a steep hill. Because I still, even though the sprain risk... Yeah, I think that's there. Even though the sprain risk is, it only comes up when you're over encumbered, I don't trust it to not sprain me, even if I'm not over encumbered. Nope. Almost past that. Which means we probably don't have, one, the time, or two, the carrying capacity to get a bunch of fish. So let's think. What is the best way to get to Timberwolf? It's probably going to be Pleasant Valley, isn't it? Yeah, I have 0 weapons right now. Which is not my favorite. Yeah, because so there's only going through Pleasant Valley and going through Black Rock. Right, I hear an awoo over in that direction, which hopefully is not at the camp cabin. But I think it might be at the camp cabin. We'll just have to go and see. Yeah, I'm thinking Pleasant Valley, assuming, of course, that the rope is down there. Because if you remember, the route from Pleasant Valley up to Timberwolf, there's a rope you need to climb up. And if that rope is not down, then we are SOL. Which means sold out laddie. Certainly it means sold out laddie. Couldn't be anything else with a curse word. Okay. So, I'm a little bit concerned about how close to dusk it is with how untired we are.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
On the plus side, on the plusly plus side, we might be able to, if we can find a bedroll, I think we push on during the night and try to, first off, see if we can find that wolf. The wolf is probably in the pass over on the left here. If we can push through, get to the train car, and I know, yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember where the pass to get up to that Firewatch is. So if there's no compelling reason to stay in the, what's it called? To stay in the cabin overnight, I think we're going to push up to maybe the Firewatch. We should probably be able to get there. Daisy chaining torches would be a good way to deal with wolves. I see, yeah. So, it does two things. One, it lets us deal with wolves, daisy chaining torches, torches. And two, it also lets us see in the dark, which is yet more reason. You know what? I kind of want to just run to this close. No, I'm tempted. I wanted to run to that close fishing hut. But it's a little bit out of... Ooh, this is dark. Okay, well, let's take a quick pop over to the fishing hut. Then we'll start a fire. Then we'll pull a bunch of torches. And then we will explore the interior of the cabin.
I'll die if I don't warm up soon.
In that order. And also, Eva Johnny, welcome. That sounds like a suspicious excuse to have someone give you some text that your bot can read and respond to. So I'm not going to be tabbing out and doing that, unfortunately. But you're welcome to stick around if you're a real person. No matter how steep or low those odds are. Oh, and another thing I forgot that should be on the coast here. There should be some sewing kit will take more rifle. There should be some marshmallows here on the coast, like on the shore of the lake. Man, nothing? Sometimes there's a revolver hiding in here. Another hatchet. Well, I guess we're not going to be hurting for firewood. Work gloves. Oh, that's true. I completely forgot about that. So, let's toss that on and make sure... Okay, we're also... It's not quite cold enough or wet enough, I think, to be risking frostbite. I think. Okay. Actually, you know what I think the strat is? We find as many... There are no marshmallows here. Where are the marshmallows? There's a marshmallow. Where is it? No, it's not. Definitely some awoos on that lake. I think what we do is we find some... We sleep in the cabin as much as we can. Then we... And we hope for good weather. Then we start a fire, either outside or in the... there it is. Or inside. We can pull torches in the fire, from the fire, and we can also use the fire, those torches, to explore and loot the cabin. And that way, we will have torches, and as long as it's not too windy, we can go to the Firewatch. And I think we can get there tonight. We can do a bunch of sprinting to get there too, and hopefully align our wake-up time with sometime in the mid-morning. Here we are. Give me all these marshmallows. Somehow, these marshmallow stalks actually have a very good calorie density for their weight. It's kind of unreasonable. They're like better than the best meat you can find, if I remember. Something ridiculous. Okay, nothing else. Oh, there is a box back here, right? Somewhere? There it is. Genuinely one of the best snacks. They are one of the best snacks. And it is some reason. No one knows what reason, though. Okay. Now, I'm good enough at navigating in here that I can find the bed. First order of business, is there anything we want to do in the dark? I don't think so. We'll drink the soda. You know what? One reason that we have to stick around here for at least a little bit is I want to get water started. We don't have any water. Okay, tons of sticks. That's good. Which means we can actually save our cedar. I'm literally lighting cash on fire. Okay, but for now, we can probably sleep for about 5 hours. We don't have anything to cook. Okay, and there should be, yes, a stove. And I think, let's take this can just in case. Probably don't need it. I think that I'm never going to need charcoal. I'm not even going to take that. Hey, buddy, you want to come get a scratch? Yeah, he wants a scratch. Okay, so we're going to light this on fire. We don't have a really good... Really? I thought sticks were better than this. I guess books are just really good. So we'll do the book. Tinder is cash, unless there's something better. Actually, yeah, Tinder is cash. And accelerant. I guess we can use the accelerant. No, it's not so dire a situation, I think. 75%, I'll take those odds. I hope. I hope I don't regret this.
Damn it.
I regret it. I regret everything. Okay, cattail head. Book. Retry. Tried burning your math textbook in primary school is an absolute struggle to get it to catch fire. Yeah, the important thing about burning a book is you need to kind of crumple up a bunch of the pages to make it easier for oxygen to access. Otherwise, you're not going to get that critical mass.
Turned out pretty well.
And things will just, not go well. Because each individual page, because there's a lot of processing, they don't actually burn well individually. Okay, most of the sticks, not all of the sticks. We'll do... Actually, really all we can do is cook water for now. All right, one of these torches we can use to explore. What have we got? Take a book. A note. Beansy ba 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 ba. No one cares. Ain't nobody got time to read that. We don't need newsprint. Okay, painkillers. Nice. Although I don't really use painkillers because pain isn't a very... It doesn't do much. Anything on the walls? No. Can we take the dream catcher? No. Anything here? Anything here? No. Take a book. I'm probably going to drop some of these shoes. Storm lantern.
Being useful.
I think this is a better storm lantern, so we'll go with that one. Man, where's all the swag? Where's all the fat swag? Ah, bedroll. This is what I was looking for. A bedroll is definitely clutch. Okay. Do we have anything good? Really? Nothing on the shelf? It's such a large shelf. Okay. Lantern fuel, take that. Reclaimed wood, it's not great, but it'll burn. I considered burning my electromagnetism book. Hook will take, even though we're probably not going to be doing any fishing. Yeah, here's that trash tier potbelly stove.
Would have thought to look here.
Take the soda. Soda's actually a little bit strong, I've come to realize. Ooh, whetstone. Probably not going to end up using that much. Cooking pot, that's good. That was a candy bar. Because with the cooking pot, we now have effectively, in my opinion, end game tier cooking going with us for both water production, and we're not going to use the spray can. And is there anything else that we would want to do with this torch here? I don't think so. I do not think so. Okay, so while this stuff is going, what we can do is first... No. Holster. First we can put this torch back because it's kind of trash now. We can toss in the reclaimed wood because it's kind of trash all the time. Keep the books for lighting. You are almost boiled, and in the meantime, we can rip up some of this newspaper. Because a tinder plug is better than a newspaper, strictly speaking. Okay. We have 9 pieces of tinder. I think that's good for now. Take that. Pick up the can. We'll drop the can because we have no need of it anymore. 2 cans that we can drop. Drop the low-quality storm lantern. And refuel. Barely needs it. The high-quality storm lantern. Yeah, it always takes you time to adjust to needing tinder. Yeah. It's a good thing it occurred to me. It almost didn't. Okay, and you're not even melted yet. I think we'll go ham on the water. I think that's probably a good idea. It's not like we are hurting for carry weight. Eat some of these candies. And before heading out, because what time is it? It is like 2 a.m. It's going to be pretty cold outside. I'm actually probably going to cook these peaches and eat them right before we leave. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Actually, I'm thinking, so... Oh, that's like an hour to do. We're going to need to hiccup. Probably add a fur. Okay, so... First off, what can we do right now? We can repair things. The work gloves... Oops, not repair. Keep in mind that you get food poisoning from low-quality food. You know what? I have actually not had the displeasure of getting food poisoning from processed food before. I've gotten it from low-quality raw food. But at least processed food above 10%, I don't remember ever getting food poisoning from it, even when my cooking was low. Okay, but for now, we can repair some of these things. 1 hour to repair. That's kind of brutal. But at the same time, we're only wasting about 10 minutes. So, which of these is better? Oh, the worn hoodie is trash. The wool sweater is a lot better. So let's repair this. And fingers crossed, because it's only 70% chance. I'm usually not lucky. Okay, we got lucky. You're boiled. And you... 1 hour. I kind of feel like we don't need a lot more water than the 4 liters we'll have now. I think we can do 1 more liter. Because this will melt and boil. That will leave 30 minutes about. Yeah. Because then we can cook the peaches. Okay, so. Current situation. We have about 30 minutes to faff around. What can we repair or break in 30 minutes? Shoes always take forever to harvest. So that's a no-go. For some reason, the work gloves, these are quick to harvest. Okay, that's good. And what else could we maybe repair? The socks? The socks are kind of trash, though. But that's a 15-minute repair for possibly 75%. So I'd say worth. Ooh, rip. RIP that equipment. All right, you have 6 minutes. Is there... I didn't see any cloth that we could rip apart. Oh, there it was. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Yeah, 9 minutes or 15 minutes. 15 minutes should be fine. I think we're still okay. Because now we have more cloth. We can deal with that later, though. 53 minutes, 14 minutes. We'll cook the peaches. I think we'll add another log to the fire on account of I've always had better luck getting high quality torches when the fire was higher quality, when the fire was longer. But we are, you know, just about this close to starting to pull torches to head out. Actually, we should probably be drinking this soda before we drink the water. And actually, speaking of low-quality food giving food poisoning, I'm thinking I want to remember that to cook the dog food instead of just eating it directly. Okay, what have we got going on here? Alright, not much. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. And also, let's not forget to bring the pots along. You're done. Bring you. We are getting a little bit close to the carry weight, but if necessary, we can... what's the word? If necessary, we can drop some water. Big torch. All these garbage tier torches that I'm getting. Still have an hour.
Too much stuff to carry.
I have no idea how long it's going to take to walk there, or how well these torches will last. Okay, that's nice. So probably one more. And then we'll get out of here. No, maybe one more torch that isn't about to fall, to unlight itself. There we go. This is a pretty good one. Okay, first order business. A little spring. Famous last words. Okay, fingers crossed. It's 23%, but we did cook it. All right, that was good. So warming up, we can also dump the spray paint, and we can dump this can. And also, we're never going to use 2 entire... Please don't be windy. Okay. We're never going to use 2 entire hatchets. So I'm completely okay with dropping that one. That's a deer noise. Okay. I heard a hoof step. Bam. Absolutely fearless. Okay, I think there's a new idea. I was thinking about swinging by this train wreck over here. I thought it was a wolf, but I think it's just grass. I think this passes where I heard the wolf earlier. I was thinking about swinging by that train wreck there, but instead we're going to go this way, get up to the Overwatch, and in the morning, or closer in the morning when it's lighter and maybe a little bit warmer, we can actually head north and possibly hit a set of trailers before hooking back and getting to the train bridge up north. That is a deer. Okay, so we should be safe here. Actually, you know what? The hydroelectric dam, remember that shortcut that goes from the north and only goes one way to the south? I'm super salty. It would be extremely convenient if that shortcut worked going north too, because that would spit us out right in Pleasant Valley. Yeah, I'm actually really salty about that now. I will say though, it's quite decadent to be able to sprint this much. Because all the heavy clothes I was wearing at the end of that old survival mode basically only had half. Have I seen a predator yet? I'm thinking the lower difficulties do have a sort of grace period before they spawn. I haven't seen a predator, but I am 80 to 85% sure that when we were looting that second burnt out building on the way to the camp cabin, I'm pretty sure I heard an awoo. It's just probably not here. All right. Yeah, hear that? It's over there in the depths. Here. But no, I haven't seen one. We've gotten lucky as far as their spawns are concerned. It may be that the spawns are curated to make life a little bit easier. You know, that is not out of the realm of possibility. Also, I should probably make some bandages, shouldn't I? That is probably something that should happen at some point. Because I don't think I've picked some up. I've always just... For the longest time, I've been able to just assume that I had an extra bandage or 4 on me at all times. Yeah, 7 days with the grace period would be weird. Okay, I think, was there something down here? No. And I suppose that there's like memento caches are probably also not a thing, even if you already know their ostensible locations. Okay, did you have some swag at the bottom here, or was it all just inside? It was all just inside. No, surely there was a little bit of swag somewhere around here. It was probably a coal bin in the busted tower on the other side. The other peak. Okay. You know, we actually have an excuse to sleep for about 3 or 4 hours. The only downside is we're gonna lose this this fire. Walk past 2 stones, SMH your head. Okay, surely we don't need another hunting knife and another... Maybe use the can opener. We don't need a 3rd cooking pot, more rifle ammunition, no rifle. You know, with the economy these days, I feel like it'd be more realistic to find a rifle and no ammunition instead of the other way around. All right, another hatchet. We'll pick that up just to compare the conditions. Table, don't need it. And another flare shell. What have we got? Whole bunch of nothing. Okay, so we don't have anything to cook. I don't really have a reason to light that fire. I think we toss this. And let's compare our stuff. We can a 65 and a 66. Well, considering the fact that based on my measurements from the previous survival mode, 1 hour of use for the hunting knife costs 1 condition. That's 70. That is 3 days worth of use. 3 days straight of use. Basically half the time left. Oh, I feel like maybe we started with that 100% bedroll. Actually, you know what? We can harvest this. Ooh, 1 hour and 30, that's kind of rough, though. Actually, we'll keep this for now. We'll keep the extra bedroll just because it is a metric ton of cloth in case we need it later. But for now, let's make a couple bandages at least. And then sleep. So 2 bandages, that's nice. Unless maybe we can repair one of these guys. No, the worn hoodie is trash. Not worth repairing. The scarf might be worth repairing. Yeah, 30 minutes, 44%. Fingers crossed, 70%. All right, nice. Okay, so it's looking like it's going to be foggy, at least in the morning. Yeah, so we can't even light a fire with... Ooh, that's kind of scenic. F10 for a screenshot. So it's foggy. Can't light a fire with the magnifying lens, at least yet. But perhaps if we look north, can we see the trailers? No. I think we might just have to try to hop down and get through that pass. I'm pretty sure there are trailers. And then we'll hit the hydroelectric dam. But for now, let's sleep till noon-ish. and see if we can roll some good weather. Fingers crossed for not a blizzard. Okay. Okay, this is... Can't really ask for more. Alright, and we can probably drink this other soda, right? Yeah, it's probably only a little bit of waste. Okay, so we're still over-encumbered. How over-encumbered? And by what over-encumbered? You know, it's not enough for me to be concerned about. Quite yet. Okay. One of the good things about my memory, it's very hit and miss, but when it comes to video game maps and some modicum of orienteering, it's very easy for my memory to be prompted. In the sense that I remember there is a spot that we can hop down once we go about 90 degrees around this outside here. And then we can head up this valley here, and that should lead us to... That's a wolf. That should lead us to a couple of... what's the word I'm even looking for? Need to remember we don't have crampons, so let's actually get on the solid. Okay, can you not come back this way, buddy? Sprint just to try to get past him. But yeah, this, I think, has a good chance of leading to at least a couple of trailers. If not, we just hang a right and we'll be at the bridge. Effectively at the bridge to the hydroelectric dam. Okay. Now, I guess the trailers, they're either more to the right or more to the left. They're probably more to the left, knowing my luck. And yeah, I definitely do need to remember we do not have crampons. Okay. And sprinting is probably fine. I think I'm okay with sprinting. Actually, unless... This is looking promising. So, it's worse than that, Gecko. We don't have to only fire the flare at Desolation Point. We need to first find the flare gun on top of Timberwolf Mountain. Luckily, we've climbed Timberwolf Mountain recently, so we know the way. Okay, here's our trailers. I remember there's 2 trailers and a busted up hut. 1 trailer and a busted up hut. No, 2 trailers. 3 trailers and a busted up hut. No. You definitely, you have to go all the way down to Desolation Point and fire it. You're right about that. Alright, actually it's nice to have a... Like I said, I'm actually going to use consumables now. For example, the marine flare. I think I must have stockpiled at least 50 flares. Now we'll keep the flashlight just in case we... I mean, what are the chances that we actually run into an aurora? It's pretty low probably, right? It's got to be pretty low. So the flashlight might be one of the first things I drop here. We do not need 2 can openers. All the things we're finding are like 1 or 2 condition points different from each other. So it's kind of a waste to drop them, but at the same time, you got to do it. You just got to do it. All right. Surely we don't need all these shoes and all this cured leather. The work gloves are good enough, and even repairing them, you know, it might take time that we don't really have. Yeah, I'm not even going to pick up those shoes. Okay, so we have 2 more trailers and a burned out house. That house probably only has firewood in it, but we will take the firewood. Normally, I'm not... Ooh, that's nice. That's very nice to have. Normally, I'm not too concerned about... Not repair. Where? I'm not too concerned about having a, spending the 45 minutes to break down a tree limb. Typically, the thing I complain most about when I do that
Heavy.
is the condition it takes on my hatchet. But in this case, ooh, climbing socks, very nice. In this case, we actually maybe can't spend the 45 minutes every time we want to get some more firewood. So I always like sticks because you can pick them up directly instead of having to break them down. Which means I like firewood even more when I can pick it up and not have to break it down. What was I going to do? I was going to put these socks on. Not repair, not harvest. Where? Okay. I can never remember. It's the thing that shows up, which is your outer layer. I can never remember, is it the outside, like on the left here and on the right here? That's the outer layer, or is it just the thing on the left every time, or the thing on the right every time? I think it's the thing on the outside, but it's definitely the thing that shows up. Actually, which maybe means, let's swap these. I think that's a good idea. Okay. That's it for this trailer. The further away from your character, the further outside it is. It makes sense, but I can also imagine, and that's a pretty big deer, I can also imagine a developer designing it so that, let's say, for example, the one on the left is always the inside and the one on the right is always the outside. I actually only, in like the very last ends of that, the previous survival run, ooh, maple syrup, learned that there's a difference. There's actually an outside and inside layer. And my rule of thumb is the one that shows up on the model, that actually has... We're probably never going to use those simple tools. Actually, I'm so confident that we're never going to use them, I might drop them right now. Because what are these good for? They're good for making crampons. We're not going to have time for that. Actually, crampons, how long do they take to make? C is for crampon. Improvised. I is for improvised crampon. It only takes 4 hours to make improvised crampons. Let's actually keep the tools, and actually 3 hours with the simple tools. Let's actually hold on to these for now. Because there's going to be a lot... Ooh, trail boots, that's an upgrade. Cargo pants, that might be an upgrade depending on how good they are. Actually, never mind, we have these mucklucks that we found. So screw the trail boots. How long do these take to harvest? 1 hour and 30 to harvest. Let's keep the trail boots as a backup just for now. Right, but as I was saying, we may actually end up... They're a kilogram. No, that's too heavy for something that's so low condition. How are the cargo pants, though? Not great, but kind of better than the jeans. And especially if we spend 30... That might be worth a 30-minute repair. Fingers crossed. Come on now. I love pants. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, that was probably worth the repair. Okay, no clothing. We only have one hat. 4 hours is about 2.4% of the total time. Think about it this way. The crampons reduce the amount of fatigue loss as we climb. If there's a hell of a lot of climbing, it may pay for itself. That's what I'm guessing is going to end up happening. Okay, we probably can eat some. I'd rather cook these beans before eating them because they are a little bit low condition. I'm already on the jerky. And we can probably do a soda. No, this is serious business. We're already a day down and we're not even out of Mystery Lake.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
So this is actually kind of important. Fire log, probably not worth the weight because fire logs are kind of heavy if I remember. Yeah, we got to lock in here, Gecko. We got to seriously lock in. And I think rose hips are good for some calories, right? I think all the teas have a default of 100 calories. So let's pick those up while we can, because they're super lightweight, if I remember. And yeah, this way is going to lead back to... I wish there was like something you could sketch on, instead of just there being the notes that you can type. But this way should lead back to the train tracks and that bridge. We'll take an extremely, and I mean extremely quick peek into the hydroelectric dam. We will not go into the main... Actually, what if we go deep into the depths of the dam? Maybe there's a rifle there. We may be able to look out. I think we go light and we go quick. And we only pick up things... That's a wolf. Let's skew right here. Actually, how heavy are we? We're kind of heavy. And that's a wolf, and we walk slow. I think we drop some things. We drop some superfluous things. Surely we're not going to need an entire jerry can. And what else? To drop. If we had old man's beard, I would drop that antiseptic in a heartbeat. You know what, just in case? Because it's a nice day. We're going to start a quick fire and just have a torch just in case Mr. Fluffles decides to troll us.
Come on.
Because I'm not super confident in my ability to run past him. No!
That didn't work.
Rude. On the plus side, the only thing we lost was the cattail head. But yeah, we have what? Probably 6 or 7 tinders left now. And I'll tell you, I've gotten extremely unlucky with streaks of not being able to light fires. I mean, like, with a 90% chance not being able to light like 4 or 5 in a row. Yeah, that's a pretty decent torch for a fire that was, you know, only 15 minutes long. This also gives us an excuse to... Okay, I was not expecting you to be so close. And hopefully we can walk around here. My main concern... Yeah, that's not even an awoo. He didn't give us a courtesy call. My main concern here is when I have to drop this and light a new torch. I don't know how he'll react. But at least for now, he's keeping his distance. In fact, I think we might have lost him behind this. We go behind the wood pile and he's like, "Where'd they go?" That is the easiest lost wolf I've ever done. Oh, that's tempting. Quick detour. 15-minute in and out detour. Yeah, we completely lost that dude. How did that happen? Everyone knows if you can't see something, it doesn't exist. Yeah, object permanence hasn't been invented yet. You, and kind of wish it didn't default to the high quality torch. But, one, that's another wolf. And two, oh, that's not the entrance. The entrance is over here. Alright. Got anything good? Yes. Scrap metal. That is one of the 4 scrap metals we need for a crampon. We'll take a book. Alright, not the most fruitful. Oh, buddy, from this far away? Not the most fruitful detour, but we're on our way, and surely there will be tons of scrap metal over at the hydroelectric dam. One thing the dam doesn't have that I don't, at least as far as I know, is a workbench. We're gonna have to find a workbench somewhere. Let's think. Where is the most convenient workbench on the way to Timberwolf? It may actually be a quick detour in the coastal highway to the fishing village. Oh, you know what? You're right. You did remind me that I forgot about that office area because you loot it the first time you go to the dam and then you never go there again. So yeah, you're right. There is a workbench up there, which is excellent. In fact, hopefully we can actually get those crampons set up. Surely there's no way we could lose 100% condition in crampons in 6 days. Surely there's no way. You know what? I'm dreading the thought of it. But at this rate, we might actually have to go over the ravine at night. Really not looking forward to that. I hear an awoo forwards. Got solid snake back here. Alright, get out of here. Get out of here. I want to check inside here. See ya. Oh, he's still coming, is he? Well, let's be quick then. Nothing on the floor. Let's get out of here. Yep, nothing in the trunk. Please don't be locked. Okay. And do we light a fire here? I don't think so. I do not think so. We have nothing to cook, and we have enough water to sate us for at least another while, at least overnight. All right. Only you can prevent wildfires. For now, let's see. We are still quite heavy. What else can we drop here? What else can we drop? Reclaimed wood is kind of trash. Yeah, fire log is 2 kilograms. It has a high chance of lighting, but I don't think it's worth the 2 kilograms. It's only like 2 or 3 hours of burn time anyway, which is barely more than 2 cedar firewoods. Yeah, 4 cedars and 3 books. That's plenty of burn time, in my opinion, for any purpose we would want
Too much
for
stuff
now.
to carry.
Okay, so check the lockers. I probably should have picked that up because we can wear 2 head things. Don't need the spray paint. Yeah, coffee would be nice. Coffee would be very nice. We want to wear a scarf. As bad as it is. Alright, so drawer, drawer, drawer. This is going to be pretty dark, I think. We have about 6 hours of sleep. Alright, here's the plan. We drink some water. We drop the rest. Actually drop a whole bunch. Drop these. We don't have enough to make the crampons. Unless we find a bunch. Drop all these things. And drop a bunch of torches. Because what we're going to do now is use the storm lantern and our quick speed to see if there's anything good around here. I'll take that emergency stim.
Someone's stash.
Yeah, stash of scrap metal. Sounds... Actually, we even don't... If it weren't for the time limit with that jerry can, we actually don't even need to go super fast now. The thing I was worried about was burn time on the lantern. But now we are Gucci. Still can't spend a long time. That could save it. So the purification tablets, again, I barely ever use them. But in this situation, they could save us some time. But I'm just going for easy stuff right now. I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time digging into containers. Unless they just look so juicy and delectable. In fact, I'm wondering if this place is even blocked off. Show me what you got. Nothing. Yeah, what's the harm in sprinting if it's not going to put us overweight? Nothing. That's just a thing. Nothing on the crates. If that goes up, we don't need to go up. Broken arrow. Now, I will take that just for, I don't know, nostalgia purposes. Antiseptic. Okay, here's the new strat. We just picked up another storm lantern. And we're going to use this one because it's lower condition. And we can basically just drop it when we're done. Whenever this thing runs out, we just ditch it. Cloth. I've got half a mind to break that cloth down because I'm feeling... Wait, leave lower dam? Oh. Oh, interesting. I remember seeing that door in the campaign. Ooh. What are the odds that that's a one-way exit? Exit only. I see what you're doing there. Okay. I'm of two minds. What do you think the odds are that this emergency exit only ends up on the south side, or not the south side. Remember how the other side of the dam has two locations you can get to, kind of on the dam edifice? One of them's easy to get to, one of them you have to cross across, and that's where the shortcut actually is. I wonder if this door, especially because I think I remember that sign, I wonder if that door leads there. You know, I think it leads there. And if it does, this is probably a bad idea, but I think it'll work. You know what? Amazing. It does lead there. Wow. Okay, everything just got a lot shorter. A lot shorter. The Charlie Kirk got you not lasting a day in NYC. Yeah, they, people vandalize things a lot nowadays. Okay, but this is fantastic. This is actually revolutionary. This changes everything. Because now we don't need to go over the ravine. We can just go straight to Pleasant Valley. Oh, this is actually really good. All right. And we're even getting up in the number of... Hell yeah, I did. Hell yeah, I accidentally left and walked all the way around. And it sucked. It was really annoying. We don't need another jerry can. It's okay, I made content out of it. Okay. And in fact, this is the final room, which means we can look for any nice swag in here. Like, for example, a rifle, question mark. The mementos still need keys. That's kind of a pain in the butt. Cotton toque. I think that's only marginally better than... But what's it called? The cotton scarf. Surely there's nothing good in any of these cabinets. Because if you... Basically, my internal map says the interior of this location, it's all wrong. The things don't line up. Ooh,
I could use this.
it's kind of trash, actually. Basically, nothing lines up for that exit door being there and exiting where it does. Some kind of TARDIS, it's bigger on the inside. Magic going on. Okay, nothing wrong with a little bit of the sprint. Anything nice? We'll check. Oh, another workbench. Unfortunately, this workbench is probably in a place that's pretty dark. So it's a little bit useless for my purposes.
Something's gotta go.
I do not need that charcoal. I do not need that charcoal. But welcome back, Gengar. We are currently not yet panicking about how little time left we have to do this challenge. Anything nice over here? I was sort of hoping that there'd be a rifle just lying around, but I guess it would probably be inside the, it would probably be inside that locked memento box. Okay. For sure, we have enough scrap metal to make crampons now. So somehow or another, this actually didn't end up too poorly. Anything nice over here? Not really. Still not really. Oh, broken box. I see. And that's the exit. Okay. So let's hustle back and figure out what it is that we want to take from here. Actually, first order of business is go up to the office. There's at least one medical locker in the office. Loot that, see if there's anything nice.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
And then, you know what? Haha. Look at me taking advantage of the placement mechanism. I'm going to walk forward, and when the thing starts getting closer, that means that's where the stairs are. Ha 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 ha. Nice try, pure darkness.
Too heavy.
Can't stop me. Up? No, hold on. I think I'm lost again. Put this down. New storm lantern. Okay, I made it halfway up. It's a lot thicker of a transition than I thought. It's almost night, and we can actually sleep pretty decently. But actually, then again, it would be a shame to not use all this lantern fuel, right? And we did learn that the lantern, it lasts for almost exactly 4 hours off of a full tank. So you know, I think what we're actually going to do, we'll top up the lantern, we'll use it to make the crampons at night, we'll fill the lantern back up, and then we'll ditch the jerry can. It's all upside. And also, I'm pretty sure there's like a secret, a loose tile or something over here in the campaign mode. Okay, but for now, let's just see, is there anything nice around here? Maybe up top. I don't actually remember. And that's going to be a no, because this doesn't open. Okay. Garbage. Absolute garbo. Alright, show me what you got. I don't really care to open up all these drawers. I really only care about the lockers. More antiseptic. We do not need this much antiseptic. We don't need the trail boots. Kind of wish I had a pry bar. We don't need another toque. Because well, actually, how good is a toque compared to a scarf? We got a cotton scarf, and a toque is actually a lot better than a... Oh, the toque is actually probably pretty good. And that's a... This is a good toque. Oh, it's not good as good as a new wool scarf. Yeah, oops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, actually, a wool scarf is probably just as good as a toque. Except the wool scarf has more rain protection. Alright, show me the workbench drawer.
This'll come in
A
handy.
revolver shell casing, as if we're ever going to be getting around to doing any gunsmithing. That is not a thing that is about to happen. Alright, actually, I forgot. We can actually use tinder plugs now. Anything else good? Not really. Okay. Take a book, and we'll take the papers just to turn them into plugs. Alright. And now, the technically difficult play. We refuel, and very quickly, we get our crampon on, and why can't we use our simple tools? I thought we were supposed to be able to use simple tools for that. Oh well. Let me just refuel this one more time. Actually, we can do this in shifts. We'll do 2 hours, 3 hours first, and then we'll refuel, and then we'll do the rest of the time. Okay. Also, we can not... What's the opposite of... We can not dehydrate and not starve. All these gauges. Working on the gauges. Probably gonna have to refuel.
Something's
So...
making me feel really tired.
Yeah. So much fuel. Jeez. Alright, let's get our crampon on. Perfect. We wear the crampons. Here. And we head back down. Figure out what we want to take with. We take a nap. And then we head out in the early morning, which is the perfect time to head out. So this actually worked out extremely well. Oh no, this is the door we want. How are these work gloves?
What have we here?
25%. Garbage. Garbage gloves. Actually, there's a safe in here, isn't there? I think I remember there being a safe in here. And we'll do the first aid kit. Book. Take a candy bar. Oh my goodness, there are so many.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
There are so many workbenches around here that I never knew about. More simple tools. We'll actually probably not need simple tools from here on out. So I think... Oh, does this not open? I think we can dump these simple tools. The ones that we currently have. Alright. Let's go. Show me the money. That was something like 12. Okay, 12, and then like 8. 12 and 8 or 9. Maybe this will be fast. 12, 12, 10, and what was that, like 23? 12, 10, 23? You know, I wasn't paying attention. 12, 10, and 27. Show me the goods.
That'll come
Money.
handy.
Ammunition. But I didn't... Why are you going to keep giving me revolver ammunition and no revolver? It's very rude. Not even a garbage J-frame. Okay, so we have food, we have water, we have combustibles. Let's get all this swag. Hashtag swag acquired. pop our bedroll down. Let's think here. We eat and we drink.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Probably the, ooh, do I risk the chocolate bar? Yes, because we're about to sleep. So if ever there is a time to get a tummy ache, now's the time. So let's also do the banged up pork and beans. Okay, still safe. And the food is actually kind of decent now. But 40 carry weight, that is a lot of carry weight. Okay. First order business, we sleep for 12. Especially because I hear bad weather outside. That's not great. Not the best. We drink more. Actually, let's do the sodas. Because I think they're heavier than they're worth drink-wise, like hydration-wise. Yeah, 2 sodas gave us 2... Each soda is like 1/3 of the drink meter. I guess we can find out now. No, each soda isn't even 1/3 of the drink meter. But if the soda was 25 or 0.25 kilograms of water, it would be more than... No, it would be almost half the drink meter. So sodas are definitely lower quality for hydration. Okay.
This pack is getting
Pick you
too
up.
heavy to carry.
And what can we ditch? We don't need this many books, especially when we have a stack of papers. We also don't need this many papers. How many tinders do we have? 5, 8, we have 9 tinder. I don't think we need these papers. Surely we can find tinder elsewhere. We don't need so many accelerants. And I think we only need 1 book. I might even drop that last one. What else do we have? Definitely don't need 3 antiseptics. At most 1. 7 bandages seems like a lot, but you never know. We can probably drop some of these clothing, right? Yeah, we don't really need the scarf. How many cloths do we have? 4 cloths. That's okay for now. We'll never be making new arrows. Although it's only 5 minutes to harvest. I just in case, who knows? Who knows if we'll ever need these arrowheads? We might get lucky. Especially if we drop by the crystal lake that's underneath Timberwolf Mountain. I think at this point we can probably drop the jerry can. Let's make sure our lantern is full first. Yeah, okay, that's good. What else have we got? Drop the jerry can. Drop the recycled can. With all these flares and the lantern, I don't think we need this many torches. Especially not low-quality torches. And surely we're never going to run out of either hatchet or knife, so we don't need the whetstones. As much as it pains me to ditch them. And we don't need the lantern fuel. Firearm cleaning kit. You never know how garbage the firearm you find might be, so we'll keep that for now. We can cook the venison next time we light a fire. What else? We're only a little bit overweight. Mental maths on how long to spend in each region, getting a bit stuck on how long it'd take to get you from Timberwolf Mountain to the lighthouse. Well, that's effectively what we kind of did a couple streams ago. If I push it, I think I could get that entire way in a day and a half. That's my current estimate. But that was also doing a detour to Misanthrope's homestead. So maybe a little bit faster. But yeah, I actually already have the path mapped out in my head. Surely we're not going to need so many painkillers. And we'll actually use the water purification tablets when we run out of water. Speaking of water, we don't need this much water. We can make water later. Yeah, I'm just being absolutely ruthless with dropping things except for food. Okay, I think this is lightweight enough. I didn't want that. I wanted this. Basically, there's the one. If you imagine Timberwolf Mountain, there is one rope up to the summit that's at something like it's about at about 2 o'clock, I'd say, if north is 12 o'clock, about 2 o'clock. From that rope, you go to a middle plateau area. It's kind of like an in-between space. You need to get down off of it using one of two other ropes. There's one rope to the lower plateau that is at around 11 o'clock. And there's another one at around 3 o'clock. We can take either. From there, there's like it's like 4 levels. The top level is Timberwolf. Below that, there is the, useless plateau. And there's a slightly larger plateau that stretches over the north of the map. We still need to get out of that. And that plateau has 2 exits that I know of. Maybe 3 if you count a particular cave. I don't need this on now. One of them is at about 10 o'clock. It's kind of near the 11 o'clock rope that I mentioned before. And a different one is at 3 o'clock. It's like all the way at the western side of the map. Not western, the eastern side of the map. And it's right by the transition to Ash Valley. That one is a little bit more inconvenient to use. But it all depends on where the ropes are. We may end up having to use it. What is this, firewood? Is it cedar or fir? We'll take a cedar because it's lightweight. Alright, take a cedar. So if we have to go west, then we'll definitely be going around farther south. There might be a wolf across here. Because farther south leads us past either the moose or the bear, and definitely the Crystal Lake cabin, which would be nice to check. If instead we have that more eastern route down, it's a little bit more convenient, I think. Is that the way up, or is it far? I think the way over is farther this way. I think that's a dead end over there. Hope I'm not wrong about that. But basically, if we go the other way, we might actually consider heading... No, I can't imagine a scenario where the correct answer is to go through Blackrock. As long as the rope between Pleasant Valley and Timberwolf Mountain is there, we want to use that to go to Timberwolf Mountain, and we want to use that to leave. It's just, going through Blackrock is just such a huge detour. Yeah, this is the right way. So basically, from the summit, there's kind of a northern plateau we need to go to, and then another northern plateau we need to go to, and then yet another plateau we need to go basically down to get to the exit, or Crystal Lake, basically low on Timberwolf Mountain. And once we're there, we just need to backtrack through Pleasant Valley. And instead of going this way to Pleasant Valley, we take the southeast corner cave, the mine cave, because that leads directly to the northern side of Coastal Highway. Ooh, I don't like how long we've been on here. There we go. I was actually getting kind of worried about breaking a leg there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure just muscle memory is leading me this direction. Okay. Yeah, we got rabbits, but no time to hunt them. Bugs Bunny lives another day. I have a vague recollection that this cave isn't gigantic, but it's also not trivial. But with the storm lantern, we should have no problem in
I might have to drop some gear.
what's his face. We should have no problem in actually traversing it. Especially, it seems kind of bright for now. The one thing I will say, well, one rip, this guy got fallen on by a tree log. Another arrowhead. One thing I will say is there's probably a pretty good chance that we do not find a hacksaw to open up some of these crates on the top of Timberwolf Mountain, which is a little bit unfortunate. I do not remember which way to go. I want to say this way. Actually, speaking of, let's drop all these sticks. Just because we already have a book for lighting, and maybe a magnifying glass if we get lucky. Is this the way? I do not remember. I feel kind of good about it. I feel very good about it. Usually, if you get to one of these big rooms, it means you're going, yeah, here we go. This is the way around. I remember now. I remember this bit. I'm going to be so mad if these planks aren't here. I guess they are there. I don't remember what I was saying before. Right, hacksaw. We're looking for a hacksaw. It would be nice to find one. I'm not counting on it. And also, I'm thinking back, it didn't let me choose a difficulty setting when I started this challenge. I wonder if that's because the challenge is kind of tuned for, I suppose, is Interloper the hard one? I suppose it's probably tuned to the medium difficulty. Actually, you know what? I bet we can check the journal to see what difficulty this is. It is flare gun difficulty. Okay, that's not helpful. Yeah, Interloper is the hard one. I guess the challenges have their own difficulty. Because this is flare gun difficulty, not... I guess it could be on Voyager. But it's not, I guess, traditional Voyager, because if it was... Isn't Voyager this one? I don't remember. What's the one where it's like, wildlife is not angry at you? Certainly it's at least the middle difficulty. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's probably a custom difficulty. It's entirely possible that, assuming that the weather and things are still random, it's entirely possible that if it was like Interloper difficulty, you could just literally not, not survive, even with optimal decisions. Okay, here's the plan. I remember there's a hunting blind up this hill. Then we're going to drop by the signal station. And then we're going to go to the farmstead. I'm really looking for a gun somewhere here. Yeah, here's our hunter's blind. There might even be some venison to be had. I think I heard a deer noise. But I do remember getting trolled by some wolves over here too. Okay, it is a deer noise. And there's at least 2 corpses here. One of them is probably a body in the blind. But yeah, I mean, thinking back on it. Oh, do you think we have time to cure these maple saplings? To cure some gut and make a survival bow? I don't think so. Okay, show me what you got. You're a garbage hunter. You're a trash hunter. Literally nothing in this hunter's blind. Rip. Okay. But based on the fact that that wolf back at Mystery Lake hunted us, that's at least a hint that we're not on Pilgrim. I'd forgotten the name of it. Yeah, make a bearskin bedroll. We can certainly, spend the, what is it? However many, ooh, we'll check that cave though. Certainly we can spend all the time hunting the bear, skinning the bear, curing the bearskin hide, making the bedroll, and then spending the 2 extra kilograms of carry weight, even though we have all these ropes we need to be going up and down in quick order. Certainly. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, quick detour. Just take a peek in the mouth of the cave. That's right, we need to prepare. And in fact, I mean, to be honest, Hilltop Cave. I don't even remember if I found this place earlier. That just has a bed. I don't care. I don't care about the Hilltop Cave. Okay. Next place. Signal station. Which should be broadly this way. Broadly. How heavy are we? 35. We're getting a little bit chonky. What did we pick up? I guess we've got all this meat. Well, we can eat, drink, and be merry. Yeah. Yeah, this is a good idea to get a little bit of carry weight down. Every little bit helps. And also, I'll just have you know, if I get to the climbing spot on the north side of Pleasant Valley, and there is no rope already dangling down from it, I am going to be furious. Because I think that's probably our only hope. Okay, where's our little signal bit, though? It's probably right up there, right? Yeah, I'm feeling... Yeah, here's the, you know, Canadian road, which is really just a path like a trowel through the snow. A trench in the snow is a Canadian road. Yep, there's our station. I don't know if you were here, but during the survival mode, when I found this the first time, I was basically lost in a blizzard in all these hills and all these rocks. And almost missed it. Yeah, the weather has been nice so far. I would very much like to get to the farmhouse before sleeping, though. To the point where I'm seriously considering dropping more things up here. Seriously considering it. What could we drop? You showed up originally in Pleasant Valley, but already the farmhouse. Yeah, so I think we found the farmhouse first, and then later on I went to the south. But I used the farmhouse for a long time. So it's entirely possible. But yeah, I was like, you know, lost, and I was trying to find, like, you know, I came up from the west side. So there's like kind of a little valley you can walk up. And I cut into the mountains too early. And I was trying to like fumble my way along these cliff edges. And then I eventually cut into these trees too much, went around these rocks, and came in from the east side over here. Which is actually kind of very similar to what I did in the campaign, coming this way. Because in the campaign, I was sort of zoned out by a bear. And I had to go around this way and come in through this entrance. Okay, some more firewood. Climbing spot with no rope. Literally useless. Literally trash. Alright, see if we have anything inside.
Too much stuff to carry.
One thing I am worried about. There's broadly... They're all locked? Come on now. Who locks their lockers? And we're probably not going to need that firearm cleaning kit. Unless we find a firearm. We'll take the matches, though. Certainly two, more... Come on. Where's the revolver?
Where's the good stuff?
That's a good jacket. That is a good jacket to have. And that is an excellent find. Oh my goodness. Okay, so... And coffee. This was a very good detour. A very good detour. I'm actually considering ditching the storm lantern. Yeah, they're kind of puffy, kind of plaid. Another storm lantern. What do you think the odds are that there's a pry bar in one of these cabinets? Probably pretty low, right? garbage. We don't need the scrap metal. We don't need the lantern fuel. I'm trying to think of where we'd actually even need a lantern from now on. And I think the only place... There are two caves. There's a cave going south from Pleasant Valley. Ooh, hello, ski
Not gonna be
boots.
able to carry this load for much
Heavy
longer.
AF? But they've got to be good, right? Okay. Ditch the lantern. Why are they giving me so many simple tools? And so much ammunition? I need the gun, not the ammunition or the tools. Take the ammo. Okay. My current hope is that there is a rifle or a revolver somewhere in the farmhouse. And what's this cheeky thing back here? Another stim. I'll take that. Okay. What can we... First off, let's see how good these clothes are. Parka. That is a good parka. And those boots are also quite nice. They're heavy as... Gee, all get out. Geez. To the point where I'm honestly considering not taking the boots because we already have Mulkins, whatever these are. So Mulkins maxed out are 2.5, 2, and 40. These maxed out are probably 3, 4, and 30, and 10 protection compared to 5 protection. I think the ski boots, I think we drop those unless we can like put them on as socks, which we can't. Yeah, I don't think that's worth an extra 2.5 kilograms of carry weight. Which is unfortunate because I don't think I've ever found ski boots before. The parka, though, this is an upgrade. It goes on the outside here. And we also... Yeah, look at how... Ooh, that's a good Mackinac jacket. Yeah, it's got like some kind of fleece inside, like a tough sort of terry cloth outside, I think. And it's roomy. Roomy, baggy, and has pockets. Okay. I think we have excellent warmth on the jacket side now. We just need to find more underwear. What can we drop? We can drop a down vest, dress shirt's garbage, plaid shirt. Yeah, the wood chopping aesthetic does go kind of hard. The Mackinac jacket is where the lumberjack and I guess it's the plaid shirt is a little bit better than the hoodie, but not by much. Honestly, the hoodie is probably better fixed, but it's kind of a wash. So we'll dump the hoodie for now. But I'm pretty sure that the Mackinac sort of jacket style thing is where the lumberjack drop the tools. What's the word I'm looking for? Where the lumberjack stereotype of wearing plaid came from. Still heavy, huh? I guess it's a bunch... Yeah, we have a bunch of food. And we don't need 3 kilograms of whatever this is. You'll collapse from... Emergency stims, those do fatigue, right? I think they do fatigue. We'll probably use those climbing. A bot. Revolving trailer...
Back is getting kind of heavy.
Revolving trailer anus. Nice. Bot out of 10. You know what? I think we can also maybe drop some of this firewood. Yeah. Yeah, I feel good about this. Okay. And now we'll head over to the left because the way that I came up during survival is the way we're going to go down now. It's the shortest route to the farmhouse, I think. Yeah, I was lost in all of these. I think what happened is I got lost in these cliffs here and in these rocks, and I probably went to the right over and down here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I went down here instead of just walking the 2 inches. The blizzard had that little vision. That's... drop. Okay. I hope we're not trapped now. Surely we can go over here. Question mark? Up. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we can make it here. A little bit of a roundabout, but it'll do. You know what? I keep forgetting. We can pick up some beard. It only takes about 15 minutes to make a poultice. And I could do with 2 poultices, and that's a lot less weight than a full antiseptic, which is effectively just a can of hydrogen peroxide. Hup, 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 hup. Okay. Under 5 days. Yeah, I think once we get to Timberwolf, we're really going to have to beeline it. The first route that I would prefer to check, I think I'm going to say, is the western route. Because that has a lower chance of running into the bear that's up on the northern plateau in Timberwolf. Yeah, I think that's what we try first. Although that does require 1, 2, 4 rope climbs, which is kind of a lot. Kind of a lot. And the downside is we have to sort of hope that the ropes are there. Surely the ropes must be there. Surely. I don't know. I don't know. There is, in the original survival mode, in the western route, one of the ropes wasn't there. I'm kind of worried that it won't be there now. Did you find coffee or energy drinks? Did you? We did find a coffee up at that up at that radio station. That's why I said it was such a nice place to discover, a worthwhile detour. Oh, there might be, in the campaign, there's a plane crash in the north, right? And one of the plane crash survivors that you have to find is in, there's like a tiny little hill with some rocks or something. I think it's not this hill here. I think it's somewhere past it. And I wonder if they might have a rifle. I think they had a rifle when I went there in the survival mode. I just didn't take it because it was very low condition. But there were also wolves. Let's take a look. I think at this rate, it's not much of a detour. 2 scent marks. We're going to have to cook this food. Still no weapons. And this is getting a little bit closer to wolf territory. Yeah, there's the grain silo. That's where our farmhouse is. Which means to the left is where we want to head first. I fought and basically made extinct an entire pack of black wolves up here. Okay, that's a deer. It's not that one. It was like, the body is hidden in a mound of rocks that's already on a hill. So I think it's over here. I'm pretty sure it's over here. If we get close and we hear crows, we'll know. Okay. Yeah, and there normally are no wolves in this orchard here. Sometimes in the north of it, but usually none in the southern area here. Yeah, the closer I'm getting, the more confident I am that that's exactly what we're looking at. The rocks on the hill, I mean. I just need to find the one entrance. It might be on the north side. It could also be on the south side. It's somewhere weird, I remember. And there's only the one entrance, I think. I really am holding out hope for a revolver in the townhouse here. Did I just hear a snuffle? I think it's just that background noise again. Yeah, we're safe here. Surely we're safe. Okay, and that, yes, those are the crows. And it doesn't look like the entrance is on the south side. So let's go around to the left, hope we don't hit a wolf pack, and enter on the north side. Hopefully we can get to the farmhouse before it gets too dark to explore the interior. I'm thinking with the amount of fatigue we have and the time of day it is. Did I hear an awoo? No. I did not hear an awoo. Unless, was that there? No? No. That looks deer-shaped, I think. But as I was saying, with the time of day it is and the amount of fatigue we have, I would like to explore the farmhouse and then move on to the next farm over. I think there's an interval barn there that we can spend the night. It's a little bit closer to the access that I would like to use to get to the... What's its face? Okay, crow feather. Only a flare and a bandage. Garbage. Garbage loot.
Is it food or...
Trash loot. No revolver? Okay, fine. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Fine. Uh-huh, uh-huh. So there's one thing that I'm debating. One, whether or not those are wolves. I'm pretty sure they're wolves because I see the eyes gleam. And we have 2 scent marks, so we kind of have to be quick getting past them. So let's head south and loop around before they get close enough to aggro. At least aggro directly. They're certainly already chasing us. At least hunting. But right, what I was saying is there is, the thing I'm debating is there's a cave in the northwestern corner of this map that's quite close to the climbing rope to Timberwolf. If I remember, deep inside that cave, there's a waterfall that you can pass through to find a room that has some pretty decent loot in it. Of course, that means you have to go underneath the waterfall, get wet, and, lose whatever... If you have a torch, lose the torch. I foolishly dropped the storm lantern. Still probably the right choice. But we do have marine flares, and I suspect the difference between flare and marine flare is that marine flare doesn't go out when it gets doused, when it gets wet. So we could use one of those in the cave. If you take off all your clothes before going through the stream, you don't get wet. It makes sense,
Like night is coming.
but it seems kind of silly. But if it comes to it, I think we're going to have to do it.
I'm not sure I can carry.
Okay,
much more.
and it is already dark. I think let's do a torch. Yeah, unironically, I'm serious. Yeah, I think we do a torch. All right, what have we got? A note left behind. Useless. Because whatever that points to, we're definitely not looking at it. Take the matches. Take the food.
Hope I can still eat
Again,
this.
we do not need more cooking pots. Probably didn't need the accelerant. Oh, I see maple syrup out of the corner of my eye. Hiding in the back here. Let's think here.
I better take this food.
I guess we do have to cook the venison. Might as well do it here while we explore. So we'll use the torch. Tinder will use cash. And the book. Make yourself a tea. BRB, not a bad idea, actually. Could put my electric kettle on.
Come on.
Why does it take so long to start a fire when you already have a torch? All right, add fuel. We'll pull more torches later. Hopefully. We'll do the fir firewood. And that should be enough to do all of our venisons. We'll cook a gamey venison. We'll cook more of a gamey venison. So it's moldy. Gonna have to be careful about this venison that we cook now, because it actually could be a little bit risky. All right, how long is this going to take? 50 minutes. So we can pull a torch and do some exploring. Nothing and nothing. Okay, anything here? No. Herbal tea, take that. Looking around very quickly. Oh, a book to replace the one that we just used. Okay, that's going to be a no from me, dog. Don't need more books. Wool mittens, that should probably be pretty good. Surely with all of the firearm cleaning, take the storm lantern. We'll use that in the cave. That decided it for us. We are going to be going into the cave.
I need to drop something.
Okay, don't need all this stuff. Surely we only need 1 or 2 sewing kits at most. Okay, ketchup chips. Nothing. Add fuel. I just want to get another torch, because that one was kind of low. There's also the basement to check. I've actually got higher hopes for there being a revolver or something in the basement. Wait, wasn't there one in the campaign mode? I feel like that was a thing. Another Mackinac jacket, nice. I think we can upgrade at least a couple of pieces of clothing. Actually, the Mackinac jacket's the same slot as the Expedition Parka, isn't it? So that's actually not useful for us right now. The hoodie might be. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Beans and matches. You never know what you can find in a cardboard container. More revolver ammunition and no revolver. Come on now. I'm getting blue sphered. Work pants. We'll check that out.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Got a gun under the bed? What kind of self-respecting Canadian farmer doesn't have a revolver under their bed? Seems very unrealistic. Ah, the Canada toque,
I might have to drop some
which is
gear.
better than the cotton toque. He shouldn't have taken that because it's garbage, and don't need that because it's garbage. Search you. We already have a bunch of bandages. We'll check. Probably don't need more than 4 bandages when we leave here. All right, are these things burning yet? No. Not quite yet. We should be able to do the basement and then head back in time. Okay, nothing in there. Nothing in here. A jerry can will fill up our storm lantern. I do not need more antiseptic. Stop giving it to me. Nothing in the crates. Cloth don't... might need it. Might need the cloth. Okay. Lockers, what you got? Lockers, what you got? No revolver on the workbench, huh? I'm not going to need that scrap metal. Got a revolver in your dryer? Nope.
Too heavy.
Simple tools, don't need them. And just for S's and G's, let's check the cabinet. Well, if we hadn't made crampons by now, this place certainly has all of the, It's not a fire hazard, you're a fire hazard. It certainly has all the scrap metal we could want. Anything cheeky down here? Nothing. Nothing. Unfortunate. Ha! As if we're going to have time to do any gunsmithing. Ah, more wool mittens. I think we can definitely upgrade our, a heavy hammer, as if we're going to be doing any smithing. Come on now. What an absolute joke. Alright. That's fine. These look cooked. Yep. Yep. And yep. Okay, you are boiled. We're going to do a little bit of sleepy time tea. Just because we can. And while that is boiling, we can figure out what the heck we're going to keep. Not all of these sewing kits. 2, maybe. That's even probably overkill. Refuel the lantern. Ditch the jerry can. Actually, how long does it take to make a torch?
It's starting to weigh me down.
T is for torch. It takes 15 minutes to make a torch and 3 sticks. We don't have 3 sticks. We can pull some torches probably. And the way we're going to get the burn time to have good torches is books. A bunch of books we can toss in the fire. How are we? What did we pick up? Oh, we picked up all that meat, of course. We'll get that later. For now, we need to feed the fire. Oh yeah. Orange soda. Seems like whoever made this game was a Keenan and Kel fan. Either that or maybe it's just a Canada thing. Any books? Nope. Ooh, another rifle cartridge that I'll never be able to use. And maybe won't even be able to get to. Why is there a rifle cartridge spawned so deep under the bench? Give it to me. Oh, you know what? I'm so smart. I'm so smart. Let's move the bench. Oh, I guess you can't go into... Unless... What if we put this away? H. Can we? No, we can't move the bench. We can't go into whatever it is mode. Alright, that's fine.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Get all the venison. Said get all the venison. I said get all the venison. Oops. All the venison. Okay, so that's set. Hopefully the tea hasn't boiled. It doesn't look like it. Alright. We drink the tea. We nap. Pick up.
I need to find a place to
Actually,
rest.
first... No, not take torch. Add fuel. Book. And this torch is not very good. So, take torch. And I just want a couple of them. A couple of good ones. That's probably as good as I can hope for. We don't need them too desperately because for impromptu light we have the storm lantern. Alright, sleep. For probably start with 6 hours. And see if the improved sleep really is going to help us sleep better. The sleepy time herbal tea. Feel like it didn't help too much. Alright, anyway. Let's make sure we don't starve. And
I could eat a
dehydrate.
horse.
Ooh. A moldy chocolate bar has never done me wrong. Okay. A moldy chocolate bar has never done me wrong. And it still has never done me wrong. And we can do some of this soda. A lot of the soda, actually. Yeah, we are quite heavy. Quite heavy. In fact, we're probably going to have to do some calorie calculations. Okay. 1 kilogram of energy bar is 5,000 calories, it stays. 1 kilogram of you is 3,500, it stays. 1 kilogram of you is 2,500, you stay. 1 kilogram of you, again. No, 1 kilogram of you is 1,200. I guess you also stay. I guess the meat is the odd man out. We didn't really even need to cook this, did we? It is a lot of food, though. But we're too heavy. Okay. Meat gets dropped on the bedroll, very hygienic. What time is it? It is... We could actually probably sleep till dawn here. So I think we do that. Didn't quite make it as far as I was hoping, but I suppose it's okay. This was the original plan. Okay, pick you up. Drink a soda. Soda pop. Cola. And what else? Oh, hiccup. Eat a little bit. And drink a little bit more. Probably a waste a little bit, but I don't like the efficiency weight-wise that sodas are. So if we can use them, we use them. Okay, what can we ditch? We have so many things to light on fire. I think we only need 1 torch. I've come to terms that we're never going to be making arrows. Unfortunately. Feathers don't weigh anything, though. We don't need that. So there is a bunker. There is a bunker. And it's actually almost right next to the, what's the word I'm looking for? It's almost right next to the rope anyway. To the point where maybe we dump some stuff there for the return trip. Also, Chelsea, welcome back. I feel like I've seen you before. But for now, we need to drop more things. We have a lot of matches. We don't need all these matches. Only someone who is being completely decadent would need all these matches. We don't need... okay, we're brain blasting. Don't need you. Probably at best only need these 12 antibiotics. Definitely don't need all these painkillers. Also definitely don't need all these water purification tablets. What else can we ditch? A bunch of clothing. Dress shirt. Okay. Yeah, the Mackinaw jacket is the same level here. We did find a good Mackinaw jacket, but it's not as good. And it definitely doesn't edge out the Expedition parka. All right, jeans. I kind of feel like we swap out... Yeah, this is what we do. We put the work pants on the outside. We swap out the jeans for the cargo pants. And we repair the work pants. And also, I forgot the mittens. I think mittens are probably... No, I think the work gloves are just on the same level as the mittens. They're a little bit more water resistant, but not by enough that it would be worth it to take the time to fix them. Okay, drop a jacket, drop a hoodie, drop a plaid shirt, a windbreaker gets dropped, mittens get dropped. Oh, the toque. We found a Canada toque, which should be better than probably, well, it will be better than the wool toque. Yeah, we wear the wool toque. How many cloths do we have? 5 cloths. Let's do a little bit of sewing. I think it'd be worth it for the Canada toque. even though a half hour is kind of brutal. And it failed. It failed twice in a row. Okay. See my luck? And what else? There was something else that was right. The worn work pants. I think we repair these too. I do enjoy work pants and cargo pants. All right. So that took longer than expected. But we're in pretty good shape. Except for, I think I would like to break down a couple of these mittens because we're low on cloth. If I break down you, how long does that take and what do we get? 20 minutes for 2, that's fine. In fact, I think we're good cloth-wise. Maybe also break you down. Yeah, it's like 10 minutes per cloth no matter what you do. All right. We're going into battle. It's okay to have more cloth for fixing and bandages. Drop the jeans. Drop the sport vest. Drop these things. And... okay, we're not carrying anything else to drop. I also picked up these things. Fine, we can keep 2, whatever. 11 bandages is kind of excessive. That is a little bit excessive. Let's drop 6 of these. 5 bandages is still kind of excessive. Let's drop 1 of them. Not all of them. Just 1, please. Oh, nope. Give me bandages. Give me bandages. God. You know what? Oh, there it is. 3 and... well, I guess we're going with 3 bandages instead of 4. It's fine. I'm not mad. You're mad. We have a ton of food. A ton of equipment on this side of things. We're definitely not going to need the whetstone. Okay, let's go. Drink some water, and then let's go. Drink some soda, and then let's go. Where's the soda? Here. Actually, with this, let's just take a little bit of this venison, because if we have a bunch of food left over by the time we hit that prepper cache, I kind of hope there would be better visibility. But if we've got a ton of food by the time we hit that prepper cache, we'll drop food and water there so that we can have it on the way back and just run straight to Desolation Point. We might be a little bit low on time, so we might really just have to hoof it. Here's a pry bar, but there's... and more rifle ammunition. What the hell? All this ammunition and no rifles. I don't even think this pry bar is worth picking up. This challenge, it's the first challenge, and I probably should have mentioned, it's the one where you have to go to the top of Timberwolf Mountain, find a distress pistol, I'm pretty sure I know where it is, and then go all the way down to Desolation Point, and we only have a week to do it. We've already spent almost 3 days, and we're not even at Timberwolf Mountain yet. Actually, that's a good point. We almost spent 3 days, and we're not even at Timberwolf Mountain yet. I think we nix the detour into the cave. As much as I feel like there might be a revolver or something there, I think we nix that detour. Which means, right now, in real time, I can drop this storm lantern. And we can walk just that little bit faster. So, Chelsea, we started, it spawned us in the trapper's cabin. Slightly stressed about the time. You shouldn't trust me. If you've been watching at all during this survival play, you know I take my sweet time doing everything. To the point where, right now, I'm actually trying to calculate whether it would be worth it to sprint, which goes faster but means we have to sleep earlier. You found your rifle on Skeeter's Ridge on that one. There's a corpse on the ledge on the way up. You hated this challenge. Well, I don't know where Skeeter's Ridge is. I have a vague recollection of it being somewhere in the cliffs up here to the north. Maybe even on the right side. But I don't remember well enough. I don't even think we're going to take a detour into the barn over here. I think we just go straight to the prepper cache. Which pretty much, the fastest way to do that is pretty much to head to the road and loop around. We go up the hill across the bridge. Yeah, I think that's the play. I'm pretty sure that's the play. I feel so naked not having any sort of weapon whatever. There's some awoos behind us. I'm still listening for awoos in front of us. Actually, you know what? No, I think I already missed the barn. The barn is... If we can find the barn that I'm thinking of, there is an archery range behind it, but I think we already missed it. It's somewhere over here to the... No, it's over there, I think. I think I just saw it through the fog. That's a little bit too far out of my way. That's a deer. But this little shack is not too far out of the way. I would run over there really quick and see if there's maybe some arrows. I know that there's probably some arrows on the archery target behind the barn. But if there's no survival bow, there's no point. Yeah, that's exactly the one. It's the barn. You can barely see it in the distance there. I think it's a little bit too far out of the way to bother with the trouble. To spend the time. The cat is making quiet noises at me. Like, meow, meow. We'll take a quick peek here. And then we'll go through the birch forest. And who knows, if we're lucky, maybe we'll even find some birch bark among all those birch trees. If we're unlucky, we'll find a wolf. What have you got? I'll take the firewood. This game has got to be trolling me. That's what? It's got to be the 7th or 8th firearm cleaning kit we found. With 0 weapons to use it on. It goes against all of my instincts from playing survival mode for so long to leave that behind. Matches. We actually don't need matches. And goddamn, we do not need more simple tools. I'm drowning in simple tools here. You find 1,000,000 bullets before any firearm? Yeah. Yeah, me too. Me too. In fact, how many bullets do we have? 30 revolver rounds and 18 rifle rounds. Okay, there's still a woo very, very far behind us. There's a chance for a woo somewhere in front of us. But I haven't heard it yet. Don't mind picking up some birch bark. I'm sure we're going to run into trouble. So it's nice to have some tea on hand. And it only takes 5 or 15 minutes. It's quick to prepare. Very quick. Okay, what is this on the ground here? That is a whole bunch of nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. This is another... Yeah, I remember this place. This is another place where you can find one of those lost people in the campaign. So I wonder if he's got anything. This is also a bear cave. Fuck. Well, this is my life now. I think we want to go this way anyway. Almost, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's farther south. You hear him meowing in the background? Meow, meow. He's too cute. Okay. Okay, now, oh, now I know where we are. I recognize this bridge. And I turn around and give the little cat a scratch and not get ganked by a wolf? Who's to know? Last time I crossed this bridge, there were a bunch of deer here. Surely it's just as safe. But I also know that there's a wolf spot somewhere over there in the corner. Oh god. I hear pitter-pattering. I hear pitter-patters and it's close. The question is it ahead or behind? I think we just have to YOLO it. We do have one scent mark, so we might be being hunted. Surely that was a deer noise. Yeah, that was a deer noise. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything is fine in the world. Yeah, okay, thank goodness. That could have been rough. Alright, there's the wolf, and that guy is always there. And that guy is sometimes there too. One scent mark. I wonder if we can sneak around to the left. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Not super confident about this. Yeah, what if we go in the low ground here? A little more distance as the crow flies. Hopefully he won't snort us. I don't hear him. Unless I do hear him. Not yet. Okay, we might have made it around. Let's hope he doesn't show up here. It would not be good to be caught out on this hill. But if we can make it over, we're on the road. This is probably not the way. I think we need to go... Yeah, I think we made it around him. Oh. Yeah, this is the way. Okay. Alright, feeling good. Feeling good, Seymour. Let's see. It is noon. But it's beginning to snow and it's foggy. That's not ideal. I think I could stumble my way... Yeah, this is exactly what I'm looking for. This road. I think I could stumble my way over to the prepper's cache from here, even in a fog, and I might be able to find my way there. I give myself a 50 to 60% chance in a blizzard. There's one more detour I want to take. It's not into the cave. There's a hunting blind that's only a little bit to the west of the prepper cache. I think we go there and see if we can find a revolver or something. Okay, still only about 5 kilos over. What can we eat? We can eat some meat. And I need to remember it's only 800 calories for the venison now. Because my cooking is wasteful. It's noob cooking. The only thing Mackenzie had ever used to cook in his life before this happened is a microwave. Not even ramen. Not even 3-minute boil ramen, just the cup ramen in the styrofoam cup that you can do in one shot in the microwave. Okay. And I don't remember hearing any awoos to the north as we were going this way, or as we were, passing by. That doesn't mean anything, because we may not have been close enough to hear the awoos. But I also don't have a very strong recollection of any awoos on the way that we're going along the path. Except I do remember there being some at that moose spot way over on the edge of the plateau, south of the plain. Okay, that awoo's to the south. That's behind us. Let's hit this roadside disagreement. See if we've got anything. And we take the road in here to the right. That should lead, I want to say, if we go straight, eventually it will lead to the prepper cache. But I don't remember. We might have to skew a little bit to the... I think that way is the prepper cache. I think that way is the hunting blind. So first order business. I should have thought about these cars. Could it be? No, driving gloves. Garbage. I should have thought about these cars when I decided not to take that pry bar along with me. Kind of regretting that now. And we do not need those driving gloves. Why are they all locked? I thought Canadians were polite people and they didn't need to lock things. And I don't need those mittens. You got anything good? Not really. Nothing. Literally nothing. Not even your license or registration. Alright, there's an energy drink. That's going to be good. Let's head left. If we head left and we hit the hunting blind, then that means I know that the climb zone is to the right. I think this is the direction of the hunting blind. And I do hear an awoo that's not too far away over in that direction. In fact, it might be just over that hill. Somewhere next to the other hill. It should be called Spot of Disappointment. It's not... The reason they can't call it Spot of Disappointment is that it's not just a spot of disappointment. It's an entire blot of disappointment. It is... If disappointment could be a clown, it would be the whole circus. There's our hunting blind. Okay, so that means our climb spot... Maybe we can even see the rope from here. Keep an eye out. Yeah, okay, there it is. You see that? You see that kind of in the middle of the screen? There's the white strip of the cliff edge where the snow is hanging over the rock. And there's like one tiny little pixel that's kind of going diagonally down and to the right that's a little bit darker. That, I believe, is our climbing rope. So the plan is not scuffed. The plan is continuing. Let's see. I'm trying to time things out. If we just sleep for a tiny bit of time and we head up the rope like ASAP, instead of effectively spending the night inside the prepper cache, what are you? Could you be a useless hatchet? Garbage loot. Garbage tier loot. I did not need that hoodie. Let's drop things. Drop you. Drop you and you. Anything else? No. What was I saying? Right. If we just sleep for a little bit and then firewood, Okay, we'll take that arrow simply because it's already formed. The fully formed arrow. How many mittens can we wear? Only the one. I keep distracting myself. All of these hunters were so Canadian that they fought predators with only hatchets, fists. Hatchets, fists, and a stiff upper lip. What was I saying? Right. So my current schedule is we go into the prepper cache, we sleep for maybe 3 hours. It should still be early evening at that time. That should give us enough fatigue that we can go up the climbing rope. But we're not going to have a whole bunch of fatigue at the top of the climbing rope. I think the safe bet from there is to head towards Crystal Lake and spend the night in the cabin. Now, I think this way around to the left is faster. Because if we spend the night in the cabin, we might be able to find a bow, we might be able to find a revolver or a rifle. And I have a moderate idea of how to move from there. Alternatively, the risky play is we head to the left directly. We skirt around the edge, and eventually...
Something's gotta go.
It is dark. We can probably use a torch. Because we have two, but we can use the low quality torch. Not this, not this. We want this. I guess we just have the one. Okay, fine. Be that way. Be that as you will. Show me the goods. What have you got? Nothing. What was I saying? Right, if we head left immediately after we get to Timberwolf, eventually we're going to end up at another climb zone. Actually, that's another reason not to go that way first. Because it's going to be kind of a pain to go over there. We'd have to sleep effectively all night to first go up this climb zone. Hacksaw, yes. To first go up that climb zone, and then go up another climb zone.
Who's this?
Honestly, that was worth the hacksaw. Bandage, fine. Got anything? More rifle ammunition and no rifle. Come on now. Come on now. Okay, what have we got? We can douse the torch. Take a quick nap. Actually, first we need to decide what are we dropping to get underneath 30 carry weight. We can drop probably a bunch of this firewood. Actually, even this cedar. Oh, right. We can also drop things to leave them behind for the way back, which should be probably a bunch of food. A bunch of food. Yeah. And if we leave all this lightweight food here... Hold on, what did that say? What is that on the bottom right here? Minor vitamin C. Oh, the vitamin C is on. Okay, well that's good to know. Maybe we eat one or two of these for now just to not get scurvy. Oh, some of these actually do have... Okay, I've just not been paying attention. We should be fine. We should be fine. Right, so... Venison. We can keep the venison. We can drop a bunch of this water. We can make water up there at the cabin. We'll probably be spending the night there. What else can we drop? A few flares. Sewing kit, I suppose. Surely there's not going to be all that much that we need to fix up. What else is good for dropping here? Oh, we can drop an antiseptic here. Because we can just spend a little bit of time and make some beard. Make two beard. Oh, we don't have enough for 2 beards, but soon we will have enough for 2 beards. So I'm okay dropping the antiseptic. All right, what else have we got? Okay, we are underweight. Is there anything we would want to bring along? Maybe another flare. And maybe... Yeah, we're 1 and change kilograms. Let's bring the fur firewood. Just in case... There should be plenty of firewood at the cabin, though. But just in case we get caught out. Probably gonna have to sleep for about 6 hours, unfortunately. That's not great. Not ideal. I didn't drop the... No, it's there. Okay. Let's try 5. As long as we don't get too deep into the... You know what? Actually... Guys. I didn't even think about it. But we are well fed. When it comes to being fed, we're about as well as it can be done. Okay, let's eat some food. I think we're still pretty good. It shouldn't take long as I don't get lost to get to the cabin. And I think food-wise, we're pretty set. So even though we now have 7, yeah, just in time for the first rope climb, that's actually kind of perfect. I think I'm okay with going up here, even, you know, missing 7 possible kilograms of... If I can find the rope. Where's the rope? Over here. I don't mind having 7 kilograms empty. Okay. Let's head up and see the damage. My one regret is not making a coffee before this. But actually, I don't know if it's because we're so far under the encumbrance limit, but we didn't lose very much fatigue from that. We barely lost a quarter. Okay, that's quite good. That is quite good. I just need to remember, do we go across this? No, I think we go underneath. Yeah, the crampons probably help. I don't know how much you would lose without crampons, but I feel like I remember... So for the longest time in survival, I had improvised crampons forever, for like a long time. Maybe even... I don't think... Yeah, maybe even since you started watching Gecko. It was a long time. And I always remember the crampons being only marginally helpful. I've never taken the time to actually look up the stats, but I would be surprised if the improvised crampons reduced the fatigue cost of climbing up and down ropes by more than 20%. I feel like around 20% is probably what they do. And the proper crampons, I'd be surprised if they helped more than 30%. Because some of the ropes will still do more than half your fatigue, even from full fatigue. Fact check that statement. What do you think this is? Do you think this is a news program? This is an entertainment program. But I am curious. Quite curious. Okay, and with luck, by the time... Ooh, how steep is that? With luck, by the time we actually get to Crystal Lake and the cabin there, fingers crossed, but we might be able to line up our sleep with dawn, or thereabouts. 3 days and change, huh? Ah. Okay, interesting. So they're better than they're supposed to be because of bugs. Very interesting. Actually, how's that hacksaw that we picked up? That's a pretty good hacksaw. We can probably open up a non-trivial amount of containers. Actually, speaking of, the landing gear should be right over this ridge. And I think there's a container behind the landing gear. Let's see what's inside that. Let's take a quick peek. Yeah, here's the landing gear. It's kind of dark to see the containers, though. I'm just looking for broadly and vaguely square-shaped things of a certain size. Yeah, somewhere to the right here is Crystal Lake. Crystal Lake itself is a big enough landmark. I'm not that worried about missing it completely. The only thing I'm slightly worried about is maybe there are wolves there. Really? It makes the improvised crampons better than the real ones? I mean, I would have expected whatever bug to affect both of them equally. Okay, sprain decrease 70%. Now, does that mean that you have more time on the slope? Or is it that after a certain time you start rolling chances? That sounds like a deer noise, right? Right? No, it isn't. Every time I hear that background noise, it sounds like someone sniffing their nose. But apparently it's just a tree noise, and I just happened to be close to that tree when it made it. It sounded like there was something alive right over that ridge. But the way that I thought that crampons work with respect to sprains. All right, there's an awoo back there. I thought the way that it worked is that it would basically, you have a certain amount of time that you can run. Is that square? No. You have a certain amount of time that you can walk or stand on a slope without getting a sprain. And once you hit that time, you get a sprain. I thought what the crampons did was increase the time. Red sprain thing shows up. It starts doing a dice roll. Reduce the odds. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I thought there was always at least some basic amount of time because I've never had a very super fast sprain. Actually, that's not true. I have. Let me think about that. Okay, here's our... Yeah, I just muscle memorized my way over here. The only times that I've had a super fast sprain, like immediate sprain, was when I was trying to run up something that was too high to even walk up at all. I thought that was an aspect of it. Not that I was just, you know, getting lucky or unlucky. That's kind of concerning. Actually very concerning. Okay, so now we're safe. What have we got? Climber's journal. No one cares about your journal, Climber. No one cares. Storm lantern. I guess we can just...
This stuff will come in handy.
We might as well use it to see where we're looking. Although we could also sleep until morning to do that. Another flare. Ooh, another hacksaw. Food, food. Another cleaning kit, god damn it. Seriously being teased here. Seriously being teased. Cloth, chocolate bar, soda, matches, tons of firewood. I remember there being this huge pile of firewood, actually. Sewing kit, ski jacket. That could be quite good. We'll compare that to the Mackinac. And our 2 simple arrows. Last time there were 3. Okay, 10 seconds before it starts rolling to get a sprain. That kind of makes sense. And I did get the feeling that it was a time versus a distance traveled. Okay, so this is fine. Let's drop what we can drop. Actually, first let's compare. We got a ski jacket, right? Interesting. The Mackinac is, in my opinion, much better than the ski jacket. Yeah. Okay, ditch the ski jacket. Get out of here, you garbage. We still haven't found socks. We still haven't found more underwear. It's somewhat concerning that we've looked through a bunch of... That's only 32%. Let's not bother. We've only found... Actually, we haven't found any pair of any underwear in all of Canada. What is this? What is the game trying to tell us? All right, food-wise, we can eat and drink a little bit of water. And now, do we start a fire? I think we start a fire. With a book and a cattail head and all of these matches that we have. And what else have we to do? We'll cook some coffee. We'll cook some tea.
Come on.
And I think we'll sleep into the morning.
That did it.
I don't know if we could quite make it to the morning, but we'll get close. We definitely don't need this storm lantern still. Where is it? Drop you. Yeah, we are pretty comfortable carry weight wise. Okay. Feed the fire. We'll keep 1 coal in reserve. Add fuel. Cedar. I guess we could do with a little bit of water down here. And actually, let's do a little bit more water. Just because we need some to actually cook the... Yeah, here we go. We need some to actually cook the tea. Okay. But right now we have a half hour to burn. Can we repair anything? For starters, this cat is sitting in front of the monitor. Let's move. I know why. There's all this stuff on his spot. Oh. Everything is dropping and falling. Okay. plenty of space over here now. Okay, so let's... You know what? It's such a waste for these ragged sports stocks. I really don't even want to repair them. Okay, there's not really anything worth repairing because this is going to take a long time. 45 minutes. We don't have that. We don't have that kind of time. It's also only 25%. Okay, so let's think. What can we do with this time? We can craft things. Ah, we can prepare the birch bark. Perfect. I don't think we'll need any torches. Bandages, we already have a bunch of bandages, don't we? Yeah, 5 bandages. Even that is probably a little bit excessive. All right, boil. Boil, damn you. And now we cook. Yeah, we want at least a couple of coffees. Probably a tea. Yeah, let's do 2 coffees, 2 teas, and 1 birch bark. Just in case. Okay, what was I looking at? We have plenty of this. What can we drop? Because surely there's going to be a lot of good stuff at the top there that will make heading back very easy. Like, for example, maybe a whole bunch of airline food. I would love to see a bunch of airline food. Okay, 10 seconds and then the dice starts rolling. It makes sense. It kind of feels like that. Now the only question is, how often does the dice roll? I'm going to guess either every 2 seconds or every 5 seconds. All right, now we want 2 coffees. We didn't cook enough snow. It's probably fine. It's fine. All right, firearm cleaning kit, useless. Do we have our wolves outside? We do, but there's only, no, there's, the whole pack is there. Oh, you know what? Let's head over and while that's going, check the, this guy. The fishing hut. Based on the bug, I'm just thinking about it a little bit. It sounds like the, whoever programmed it meant to do, you know, a 0.3, but they did a 1 minus 0.3. Or basically they forgot how they calculated or how they programmed the break a leg chance. Soup. Still no revolver, huh? Hatchet. We got hatchets, we got knives. Actually, I do not need that extra hunting knife. They probably have like the calculation in 2 parts. One part that actually calculates the probability that it uses to roll the dice is probably something like 1 minus chance reduction. But where they put it in, they probably intended, or they probably forgot that they did the calculation as 1 minus chance reduction, and instead put the calculation as the raw chance probability of a sprain. So they thought they were giving you something like a, how'd it go? Yeah, they thought they were giving you something like 70% sprain, but instead, yeah, exactly. Regular crampon, stamina bug the other way around. Supposed to be 60, but it is 40. Notice how both of those things add up to 100%. And that's what I'm saying. First off, let's make sure this doesn't boil off. Or burn. And we need more water. Water. Right, what was I saying? Right. So in one place in the code, it's probably 1 minus x. Whereas in the other place of the code, it's probably x. So it's probably set the probability of a break to 40%. Whereas in the code, it's actually the real probability is calculated as 1 minus, I guess, like a chance reduction. So it's like it's given the absolute value in the place where it determines what value you have, but where it actually calculates the probability, it uses as a reduction. which is, I should probably, as much programming as I've done, be able to say that in a more eloquent manner. But hopefully the point got across. Okay. Yeah, it feels like kind of a waste of time to just... Suppose it's only 30 more minutes. You're melting, then we'll do the tea, and then we'll do birch. We'll sleep until morning. Actually, at this rate, I think we'll wake up something like mid-morning, and that's a good time to wake up because it means it's going to start warming up. Forgot we don't have a map. It's very nice to have a map. It's not very nice when you don't have one. All right, you're boiling. You're still boiling. Let's speed you up. Take you, and we can cook our tea. We have so many teas. Okay, cook you. We can actually probably drop at least 2 of these. Because surely we're not even going to be able to sleep 8 more times. There's like 3 days left. Okay. Do you? You know what? Yeah, let's do 1 bark. And then you're done, and you're done. We'll get you. How much water do we actually have? Not that much here. You're an hour and 30. I think... Let's go with 1 liter. Yeah, I have 2 coffees right now. And I just don't want to carry that many more because we are going uphill. Give me this birch bark. Give it to me. Okay. An hour and 30. We should be able to cook. Yeah. Actually, I don't know if these will boil off, but I'm not going to be bent out of shape if they do. If I wasn't trying to go like super lightweight and probably even more lightweight than I really need to, I would seriously consider just cooking all the coffees. Okay, let's see. What is the most convenient way up? I think the convenient way up is back into the left there. Yes. So let's drop a bunch of food here. Most of you guys, but not that much food. Because it's going to be at least a day up and down, but surely there will be food in some of the bins up at the top, right? Surely there will be some food up there. Okay, sardines, what is this? So, 300, 600, 900, 1200, 1500, 1800, 2100, 2400, 2900, 3400, 3900, 4400, basically 4600 calories. This should last us at least until we can get back here. Okay. Let's sleep. Drink our sleepy time tea. And sleep for, I guess, something like 8 hours. This should put us just into dawn. We can check the weather. It sounds windy. I don't like that. It sounds like the wind stopped. It didn't really stop, but it's not blizzardy anymore, if it ever was. I don't know what improved rest even does. I should probably check. Okay, so you're boiled, you didn't cook off, that's good. Now let's take one of you and a pot. We'll just take 1 pot up. Surely we won't need 2 pots. And surely we won't need 3 whole liters of water, especially with all the coffee that we have. Nope, didn't mean to open that. Accidental double click. Yeah, some of these have water, and we can always start a fire and make more water. Okay, we have about 10 kilograms free. We are never going to use this dusting sulfur. Get out of my inventory. And at this point, if we find a firearm cleaning, or if we find a gun, it's going to be in one of those containers, and it's probably going to have about 50 firearm cleaning kits right next to it. I forgot to drink. So I will take one more of those waters. Yeah, a small one. All right, let's go around on the left here. The goal is to effectively hit the western edge of the map and head north, because there is one possible location there that is where we can get to the rope up. My one concern is that there's a shortcut that may not be there. There's a climbing rope that may not be there. Containers always have preset loot. Look up which ones would be most useful. Well, we're going to open all of them. We have a hacksaw that's 84%, and that's, what, at least 10 containers before we get down to the 20s. So there's no problem opening up whatever we find. Literally no problem. Speaking of, I want to say, is it left here? A birch sapling that I have to leave behind. I have to leave it in its prime. Where's the landing gear? I think we go this way and to the left. Yeah, there's the landing gear. Yeah, over there would have been cutting in too early. Actually, we can eat some of this food, like some of these granola bars. Delicibert. All right, and now we have exactly 10 kilograms free. The number of kilograms it's free is exactly 10. Whoops. Tab temporarily. Temporary tab. Here we are. Okay, and I believe perhaps it's that way. Actually, I'm certain it's that way because that is back and there's no way up on the left there. So this is the way we want to go. This is the way. With luck, there's already going to be the first rope down. If there's no luck, we're going to have to walk all the way around to the eastern side of the map. No, actually there's two chances for a rope to this upper plateau, this first upper plateau. There's one, two, there's 3 plateaus in between us and the mountain summit right now. All right. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000. Safe. 1 1,000. I'm going to be counting down in my head now every time. There's a non-zero chance of a wolf in these hills, by the way. Let's get a stick or two. I think we might be a little bit low on firewood. Yeah, we need a couple sticks, but we do have a coal in reserve. Now, this isn't exactly what I was expecting, but I'm not giving up yet. Yeah, this way. Yeah, here we go. This is looking familiar. I think right over there, maybe just out of sight, is a climbing rope. Just out of sight behind that rock on this ridge. So we hook around to the left and hope it brings us down. Okay, looking good. And where's that rock? Certainly it's not supposed to be here, right? Yeah, I don't think we've hit it yet. I hope we haven't hit it yet. Ooh, you know what? Remember there was that one guy on one of the hills overlooking Crystal Lake that had a revolver on him? If we head back this way, I think we're pointing east. If we head back this way far enough, I think we do take a small detour to check him out. But for now, I think this is the far west edge. Let's get one of these lichens. We're one lichen away from making another poultice. Just snatch this up right quick. Reishi, these things are antibiotics, right? What does it say? Antibiotic properties. Well, maybe we'll make a tea later. Yeah, this is looking familiar. Yeah, right there. That is our rock. And if you look, there's kind of a little bit of coloration horizontally on the middle of the big part of the rock. I think we might actually have a rope there. Fantastic. This is this location, this area, the first place I saw a bear in Timberwolf. So let's just keep an eye out. Is that a box? That does not look sufficiently square to my eye to be a cargo container. Yeah, we do have a rope. Perfect. So this is shortcut number 1. Or shortcut step number 1. Step number 2 should be kind of nearby. Just a little bit of kind of a hop, skip, and a hike north of it. And that's the question. 3 hours, 5 minutes, 5 hours, no. 3 days, 5 hours, 8 minutes. Reminding me very strongly of Majora's Mask. Dawn of the first day. 3 days remain. Okay. Still pretty good on fatigue. To the point where, you know what? If this next rope is here, we go up it. If the third rope that goes just under Timberwolf is there, we go up that too. Might have to pop a coffee for that, though. And this hillside is where there might be a wolf. There's something far away, but not... Okay. So there is a wolf. But buddy, you're out of position. We're just going to walk on by and hope that we have that climbing rope is there. Okay, so that's the rock I'm looking for. I can't tell if there's a rope there. I think there might not be a rope there. Honestly, I should have been the second screen the whole time. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I don't see a rope there. Damn. So much for it being easy. Okay, the backup plan is we go into the cave on the right here. And surely Buddy's going to start hunting those deer, right? Can't even third party him because we don't have any weapons. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I guess there's a container over there. We don't have time for that. The one thing I want to do is, here we go, not miss this cave. Okay, so it is a little bit out of our way, which is somewhat unfortunate. And I did drop the storm lantern, which is also unfortunate. However, we have an effectively infinite number of flares. And I can only imagine 2 more caves to go through. So for now, we do this. How do I get down here? This way. Oh, there's a dude with swag. But is it hashtag swag or is it lame swag? take that coal. And I will take a stick or two additional. Granola bar, will take that.
Wonder who owns this stuff.
I don't really need those matches. I don't need the running shoes. Okay, fire-wise, I think we're pretty good even if we have to camp out on top of the mountain with these several coals. The only downside here is this cave goes down and I want to be going up. That's a dead end. So there may be one more rope that we end up having to climb up. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Mainly for the fatigue cost. Alright, where's out? Is this out? This feels like out. Surely out must be somewhere here. Surely. Surely I didn't always choose the wrong direction to go in the figure eights. Here we go. Could do with like one more coal though. How many coals do we have? 4 coals is probably fine. That's like, what? At least 8 hours of burn time, right? Alright, now. Multiple options. Option 1, there's a climbing rope. So this should, I think, lead to the Triskelion Cave question mark? No, it's this entrance. I missed the turn to Triskelion Cave. It's over back that way. Let's see if there's a wolf here. If there's a wolf here, we turn around. If not... I guess we can go around past the cave here and just hope there's no moose. I think that's what we do. I think we just hope there's no moose. If there is a moose, that's a problem. Alright, show me what you got. You have another hacksaw. I will take that. And how good are you? 85%, 285% hacksaws. How decadent. Okay. Drop one of them. And start using the other. Ping, ping, tong. Alright, what do you got here? Clothing. Actually, maybe we can use one of those sweaters. Thick wool sweater. And perhaps go, instead of a decent thin plaid shirt is... Yeah. And actually... decent thin wool sweater. Is there anything else good here that's better than the thin wool sweater? I don't think so. Alright, number 2. Alright, show me what you got. Matches. Okay, this is just a whole bunch of lighting fire stuff. Not even a fire striker. How rude. How absolutely rude. Okay, is this a cave? This looks like a cave. I really shouldn't be getting distracted. And that's not a cave. Alright, so I think we head through Echo Valley. Is that another container? It is. Ooh, this is tough. If we go to the Triskelion Cave, I do know how to... I think we have to go back to the Triskelion Cave. Let's not go through Echo Valley and risk getting blocked by a moose. Because if we go through Echo Valley, there's only one other way I know how to get to get north of here. And like I said, there might be a moose there. There might be a moose. Alright, show me what you got.
I think I
Coffee,
can use this.
tea, coffee. Certainly we don't need more than 1 or 2 tins of coffee. Show me what you got. Our food. It's actually very good. Because it's all lightweight. That's a climbing rope. Where does that lead? I never knew there was a climbing rope here. Where does that lead? Do I have to just find out? I kind of feel like I might have to find out. I think I have to find out. We'll pop one of our coffees here. Yeah, this could be a very good move or a very bad move. But I definitely never knew this shortcut was here. I'm hoping that this is pointing north right now. I think it should be. So this, we are really losing fatigue on this one. This is actually quite rough. But I think a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush applies to this situation. I'd rather be up high than run around through the Triskelion Cave or around through Echo Valley, and then only then find out that, oh no, there's actually no way to climb up to the upper area. Okay. I'm hoping that this spit of land leads where I think it leads, which should be to the transition cave to Ash Valley. Once we get there, I'll know where we are and be able to get my bearings. And I'm thinking that's exactly where we're heading. Yeah, this is definitely the north side of Echo Valley. That looks suspicious. What is this? Oh, don't tell me this is just Triskelion Cave. Come on now. Did we check it? No. No, I think we have a better chance of the rope bridge, or not the rope bridge, the climbing rope being down on the far east, as opposed to a slightly, very slightly more convenient location at past Triskelion. But we do have a backup in case. Okay, luckily, no wolf here. I do recognize this valley. I have been here. And I was chased by a wolf last time. Okay, show me what you got. Oh, you know what? I broke an ankle here the other time. So let's just zigzag it a little bit. All right, show me the move. Yep, there we go. I see that telltale horizontal stripe of color on the mountaineering rock. That means the rope has been deployed. Although we are going to have to take a quick nap, which is less than ideal. Especially since the last time I took a nap at the bottom of this rope, when I climbed up it, I got jumped by a bear. Yeah, we're actually not... Game reminds you a lot of the forest in Subnautica. It's a very similar genre, but imagine those games, except there's a larger emphasis on finding resources through scavenging and maintaining the resources you scavenge, as opposed to crafting higher and higher levels of tech gear. Okay, so we are going to have to take a nap. Extremely unfortunate. If we take a nap for 6 hours, it should be dusk. Yeah, let's go for 6 hours. For starters. Then we can eat and drink. Yeah, going back to it's like Subnautica and the forest. I definitely agree. The only thing I would say is that there are a lot of these sort of survival crafting games that, in my opinion, are kind of similar to those. And most of them lean towards having levels, like basically levels of crafting tech. This game, I'm assuming, of course, that you've never played it yourself. This game is much more... You don't really craft things per se. It's more like maintaining and existing in this sort of low tech, not low tech, but low capability world, as opposed to, you know, being able to recreate any kind of technology you want. Yeah, Project Zomboid and Stranded have Stranded Deep have a similar resemblance. I've never seen Stranded Deep. I've seen a little bit of Project Zomboid, and I do need to be careful here because there might be a bear. Yeah, but Project Zomboid, I think, might have more crafting, but it's certainly closer to this than it is to something like a Subnautica or a Forest, or like a Rust or Ark Survival Evolved, those kind of things. Preferred games are more according to graphics and animations. So you mean like you look for a particular aesthetic, or... Oh, games like Marvel Rivals, Overwatch, these are good in all aspects. Yeah, it sounds like you like the more sort of stylized, I won't say cartoony, but certainly not the like super, what's the word I'm looking for? The super like high fidelity, realistic graphics that, you know, look dated in 2 years. The kind of Team Fortress 2, going for a particular artistic aesthetic and vibe as opposed to a specific or, you know, maximum what have you. Okay, what we need to do is probably take a nap right here. Yeah, we definitely need to take a nap. Mainly play Dead by Daylight. Into that game since it has been around for a while, hasn't it? I've heard about that for a long time. Never played it myself. That kind of, you know, 1 versus 4 asymmetric PvP game, especially in that kind of a setting, it scares me. I'm not super good when it comes to horror. All right. I was hoping for a bright night. Let's see if Noir mode helps at all. Okay, that's a little bit better. Not too much better. Let's try to not get lost. I think we can probably make it up to the summit. Yeah, Stardew Valley I've also never played, but I have heard of. Different people have different taste buds, that's right. They have said there is no such thing as a perfect pasta sauce. There are only perfect pasta sauces. Because if you prefer chunky, there's no such thing as a perfect smooth pasta sauce. But if you prefer smooth, there's no such thing as a perfect chunky pasta sauce. And no, I can't get credit for that. Someone else said it first. I don't remember who. Okay, I think... So, right now we're on the northern edge of the map. There's a non-zero chance that there's a bear lurking around somewhere here. I would really, really, really not like to run into the bear. But eventually, we'll be able to find a spot with a climbing rope that will lead us up to the top of the mountain. Besides streaming and watching streams, you do work for creators. Good for you. Hand-drawn art and animations. Yeah, I used to draw like a long time ago. I mean a long time ago. Haven't since then. I've really been, as you can tell, doing maybe some 3D stuff. I don't know if you've ever dipped your toes into that. It can be interesting, but maybe you need, I don't know, a different sort of mindset maybe isn't the word I'm looking for. I mean, I'm an artist in a sense, but I only make art for myself. Insofar as you could even call it art. I put together the model here that you're seeing on your screen. Okay. Let's take this a little bit wide, because the last time I walked over here, I did get jumped by a bear. I just want to go all the way around. Eventually, there's going to be some kind of a waterfall, and next to that waterfall, I'm hoping, or at least near the waterfall, that is a bear. You can probably hardly see it in the distance, but it's there. And he's going to be a problem. What the hell are we going to do about this? I think we just have to try to walk around him and hope he doesn't follow us. Man, of course there's a bear exactly where I need there to not... And of course he's going exactly the direction I need him to not be going. Okay, so... I don't know how to lure him at all. But perhaps we can sneak behind, as long as he doesn't turn around, because we can't loiter in this location forever. Stair Striker, welcome back. I think I'm actually in the exact same place that I was in the last time I remember seeing you here. This is when we were talking to the French person who was having GF problems. But this time, we're doing a challenge run. This is a challenge mode where we have to try to get to the top of Timberwolf Mountain, find a distress pistol, a flare gun, and then go all the way down to Desolation Point in only, well, we started out with 7 days, but now we only have 2.5 left. If you remember, in the northern part of Timberwolf Mountain, there's those 2 ways, there are 2 climbing ropes to get up and down. There's like a middle plateau area we have to get past. 2 ways to do it. We're sneaking towards one of them, but there's a bear in the way. And so I'm being very, very sneaky here. Because the bear is like in the middle of a valley that gatekeeps both regions, both ropes. And he sounds like he's right over there. I want to go... I'm hoping against hope that we can just kind of go past here. And of course, it had to be... Oh. You guys can probably hear him. Of course, it had to be, like, dark and stuff, so I can't see well. Like, where is he? I can't really see him. He's got to be, like, right down there. Yeah, I see him right now. He's right there. He's still moving. Okay, let's keep letting him pass because we need to get into the... Damn, this is... We don't have time for this. We're running out of time. Come on, keep it going, buddy. Keep it moving. 1, it's cold. 2, we're losing fatigue, and we're going to need that fatigue to go up the ropes. And 3, we've only got 2.5 days left to get all the way down, all the way up and then down. All right, which way are you going, buddy? If I can get around to the right, we'll try that rope first. I would have preferred to go left, but if Buddy is going left, we're just going the way he isn't. You didn't just turn towards me, did you? I don't think so. I think hopefully maybe we can get up here. But I can't really see where I'm climbing. Well, let me up, let me up. Okay, I think we made it. Yeah, we made it. It's just dark AF here. Jesus. So much pain in watching and hearing me helps. Well, I'm glad I could help. If only because they say misery loves company. And right now, the situation I'm in is quite miserable. Okay, but I think we made it past the bear. And if we're lucky, the western rope is down. I don't know if it is for sure, but I'm hoping it is. If it's not down, there's only one other rope we can try, and that's past the bear. But for now, we just need to believe. But I guess now I'm somewhat curious. Are you, snug hugs to the... yeah, hope it helps. It does help. If only because if I orient myself during the snug hug properly, then the bear will start gnawing on you before it starts gnawing on me. So I will say thank you very much for that. My human shield. I don't know. So much pain, and yet watching and hearing helps. I'm guessing perhaps, did you just get your wisdom teeth out? Or do you have a broken bone? It sounds like you're partially indisposed. Somewhere on the cliff on the left here is our climbing spot. But what the hell is that noise? But it's also in the darkness here, so it's kind of hard to see. Actually, I don't think we're even close yet, because we want to hit the waterfall, and then we'll turn left. We hit the waterfall, hope there isn't a Timberwolf pack there, and we turn left, and we look at the cliff. Oh, breaking new shoes open. Hopefully you've got like some athletic tape you've put on your heels. That's what I do to break in new shoes. Especially a pair of boots I got. That was rough. But yeah, definitely like a couple of layers of band-aids. And also it's cumulative. It's not like the more you do at a time, the better it is. So if it's only like a half hour at a time, some light walking around the house, it's definitely probably better than trying to do 2 hours all at once. I think we are moving in the right direction. Oh, you know what? I think there's also a container here somewhere. New rock hiking shoes. Is that like bouldering shoes or like actual hiking shoes, like hiking boots? Because I've had bouldering shoes before. I never thought of breaking them in. Somewhere up here, I think, is where the climbing spot is. Is that the rope? I think that's the rope right there. That's a rabbit, so we should be safe here. There's one more thing. There should be a cargo container somewhere in these hills. And I want to take a quick check of that before we head up. It's probably a waste. There's plenty of cargo containers on the top. Let's not waste any time. We don't have time to waste, honestly. Okay, so there's two more ropes. There's the rope in front of us, and then there's another rope to the summit. Let's quaff this coffee and some of this food. That should make going up the rope a little bit more bearable. And if we're even luckier, perhaps we can get up both ropes before we have to rest. Hiking boots with ankle support, platform shoes for heavy metal tip style. Is that like a Doc Martens or something? The platform shoe and heavy metal tip makes me sound that, or it makes me think of that, like a steel-toe boot. Okay, I think actually we're probably gonna have to take a quick nap here. Only because, yeah, I think the next rope is actually kind of tall, which is problematic. Yeah, not great. It is going to be pretty dang close. But yeah, Striker, you would not believe the amount of ammunition and firearm cleaning kits I've found so far on this challenge. And the number of actual revolvers or rifles I've found is 0. Is exactly 0. I found at least like 20 rounds of rifle ammunition and 30 rounds of revolver ammunition. Probably close to 10 firearm cleaning kits. Completely ridiculous. Okay, one thing we can do, I think this is our secondary climbing rope. We can see if there's already a rope here or if we're going to have to go back around anyway. Okay, I don't see a rope here. Let's just double check. Okay, there's no rope here. Which means it's fine that we weren't able to go left when we had to get past the bear, because that rock is left. That's the leftwards direction, and there's no rope hanging down, so it would have been a waste. Okay, now where though is that the, you know what? I think this is where the rope is. Question mark? Question mark? Give it to me. Okay, I see it. I see it. Give it to me. got to be right. Where is it? Give it to me. You know what? We have... I just found it and I lost it. We have enough matches. We can spend a match on this. The hardest difficulty revolver will not spawn or can be crafted. Well, I don't know if we can... Oh, it was right next to us the whole time. I don't know if you can craft a revolver. Oh, this is going to be pretty painful, actually. We might have to sleep on one of these ledges up here. I think we have to sleep on one of these ledges up here, because we are climbing way too slow. Give me the ledge. Yeah, this is too slow. Okay, so we need fire. Like here. And we can start that with one of our matches and a stick. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to pop a quick spot right here. Which is unfortunate, but it could have been worse. There could not have been a ledge. In which case, we would be in real trouble. All right, add fuel, a couple coals, and we'll sleep for 2 hours if it gives it to us. It's not going to give us a lot of fatigue back, actually. To the point where I'm thinking of drinking an energy drink. Yeah, that's not a huge amount of fatigue. I think we drink the energy drink. Yeah, when else am I going to use it, honestly? Okay, so we just drank jet fuel. Oh my god, look at how fast we're climbing. Absolutely insane. Alright, here we are. We're at the summit. It is almost dawn. We have 2 good condition hacksaws. And it should be light enough to turn noir mode off. Yeah, here we go. Now, I'm guessing we're probably going to have to sleep once this energy drink runs out. Because we're going to be pretty tired. Quite tired. But that's fine. We can sleep in the plane. Which is also where all of the containers are. So we can sleep in the plane, open up a bunch of containers. Probably in the reverse order. We'll get the distress pistol. And then we have about 2 days to get back down to Desolation Point. 2 days. That's not a whole lot of time. Not a whole lot of time. Okay, let's think. You know, if we can find a mountaineering rope up here, I will take it. Another revolver cartridge that we'll never be able to use because there are no firearms in this map. Not a single firearm. All right. What have we got? Let's... Spray can, don't need it. Flask, might as well take it. Let's start opening these things. Clothes, probably really don't need any clothes. Oops, did not mean to stop searching that. Alright, what have we got? I'll take this food. This food is actually... That should last us to the end of this challenge. Because it's very lightweight and it's very high in calories.
Can't have too much
water. We're going to be dropping most of that on the way down. Alright, show me the goods. Okay, energy drink, I'll take that. Got skill and something for being a shield. I mean, okay, we don't need the storm. I'll take the fire striker.
It's so much.
Who in the hell needs like 10 storm lanterns? What kind of absolute madman? Alright, and it looks like we're actually going to hit the dawn here. Which is cozy. Hacksaw, don't need it. Hunting knife, don't need it. Don't need it. None of this stuff. All this good stuff, and we can't take really any of it with us. Never gonna use any of those pelts. Ain't no way. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Search, search, search. I will take the parka.
Could end up being useful.
And that, I won't take that parka because it's low quality. So many expedition parkas. Hold on, what was that? The quality of that other one? A 92. Okay, so we currently have one expedition parka. And that's at 75. We'll wear the one at 100. We'll also wear the one at 92. That is amazing. Now, let's see if we have... Are there any good sweaters here? Ooh, the fisherman sweaters could be nice. Let's check a sweat. The fisherman sweaters are kind of low condition, though. So let's compare those to the current wool sweaters that I have. Yeah, basically we're just using all this stuff for one sprint down to the coast.
That'll come in handy.
Oh, definitely take the snow pants. Finally, more socks. I really shouldn't have picked all that stuff up. I should not have picked all that stuff up. All right. Okay, so interesting. So there's a flare pistol here. Is there not? Lone, welcome back. Is there not a flare pistol down here? There isn't. Interesting. Okay, so Lone, we are at a location that is suspiciously similar to the place we were the first time you joined. In fact, we're not very far away, but this is a challenge mode. And we just did half the challenge. Half the challenge was finding this flare gun on the top of this mountain. The next half of the challenge is in the next 2 days, 9 hours, and 15 minutes, we have to get all the way across the map down to the coast to a lighthouse and shoot this flare off the top of the lighthouse. This is not GG. This is only G. This is only half of the GG. Luckily, I don't know if I mentioned that there, but there's like a ton of super good, like loot boxes up here. Effectively, they really are just loot boxes. And so we're going through all those. We're checking for all of the swag. We're gonna get all the top tier stuff, and basically just hoof it, top speed. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need. We will take that stem. I will take the emergency stem because I think that might let me stay awake for longer. I don't know exactly what it does, but it might let me stay awake longer. Okay. Look at all this ammunition. I'll take the flare. My baby. The single one lonely rifle in the entire freaking challenge mode. Finally, we found it. Okay, but first, let's get some of this Gucci clothing on. For starters, we'll wear a cowl, and we'll keep with the toque. We'll drop the rest. I didn't mean to drop the toque. I want to wear the toque. So, it would be very difficult, except if you remember, when you joined me, I was in the process of doing kind of a long-term survival mode thing where I go and I explore all of the regions in this game. And it just so happens that this is actually this, and we finished that entire exploration last stream. And this is the second to last region that I explored. So I'm actually very sure that I know exactly how to go exactly where I want to go. And I can get there quickly, which is good because there's not a lot of time. Actually, this fisherman sweater, even though it's worn, isn't half bad. But the thick wool sweaters are a lot better. Yeah, they are better. And we can drop all these. Yeah, so basically, if you were doing this from scratch, it would probably be impossible because you wouldn't know where to go. And even if you were doing it, I don't know, from, recently, you probably wouldn't be in as good shape as we are now. The snow pants are good, but how do they compare to the combat pants? If this is a strategy to get the stuff and the repair, so it is. You could, in principle, harvest all of the clothing that you're not wearing here And I do have a bunch of sewing kits, so I could repair everything, but I don't have time to do that. Honestly, we're already pushing it. I think we'll go combat pants on the outside. Or do we go... No, these snow pants are kind of not good. So compare these snow pants to what else do we have? The snow pants are good for wind resistance, but they're not so good. Oh no, a squid has arrived. This is literally the exact opposite of where you'd expect the Kraken to be. Okay, do we want the muckluck or do we want the bean boots? I think we go with the mucklucks. Yeah, we'll go with the mucklucks. Alright, let's see. So we can drop all of these things that we're not using. All of... Oh, I forgot. No, we did check the parkas. We have the good parka on now. Drop you. Oh, it hurts to drop these snow pants. I believe, I estimated a while ago, that once we got here, it would take something like a day and a half to get all the way down if we really go fast. I'm hoping that ends up being the case. We can drop... Oh, let's not eat that one. Let's drop all the low-quality sodas. We'll drink some of these. We'll keep the airline food. We'll keep the MREs. And we'll keep whatever water we can carry beyond that. So if you remember, you have to be under your comfortable carry weight in order to go up and down these climbing ropes. Right now, our maximum carry weight when we're rested is 35 kilograms. So we just need to get under that, and then we are golden. You refuse to believe that sodas could have survived so long without expiring, even in the fridge. Well, think about it this way. Do sodas really expire? I mean, they might over an extremely long time go flat. But why would they expire outright? It's finally the rifle. Okay. We are about to speedrun this trip down. Unfortunately, we did not find climbing rope. That is the one other thing that I would have liked to find. We don't need these hacksaws anymore. What else can we drop? We are actually nominally underweight. I think we're good to go. Okay. So first order business. Enjoy this dawn. Second order business. Oh, and we're back to the soda while we're chilling. Depends on how the soda is made. Normally canned soda expires less quickly than bottled. I forgot about bottled soda. I was thinking canned soda because all of the soda in this game is canned. Like these guys. But yeah, bottled soda I could see expiring because you're not going to have as good a seal between the plastic top and the plastic body. So one, it will eventually go flat, and two, the plastic will also leach eventually chemicals into the soda, and that will also make it go bad, quote unquote. And eventually it will just actually, beyond stale, it'll probably get infested with bacteria eventually. But that should take a long time. Canned soda, on the other hand, should have effectively, no reasonable safe expiration date. Because I'd imagine they pasteurize it before they can it. And then it's completely airtight sealed. So worst case scenario, maybe some of the carbonation sort of migrates through the aluminum, but I can't imagine it actually going bad. The only thing that cannot expire, the only one is honey. I heard that there was also some kind of bread they found, some ancient bread, and some ancient preserved fruits. And people were saying that they should make the cursed 3,000-year-old sandwich with them and eat them. Okay, so we have 2 days and 7 hours. 9 of those hours are going to be spent sleeping right here. Which is kind of brutal. That is 2 days is 48. 7 is 54. That's something like 1/6 of the time we have left. All right. I cannot believe I've never... Oh, I was going to say I've never seen a ruined flare before,
Better find some water.
but that's mainly because I never used flares. But this one I did use to go through a cave earlier. Okay, so we didn't find a... what's the word I'm looking for? We did not find a mountaineering rope, so we do have to go around the long way. Which is not the end of the world. Well, who knows, it might be the end of the world. We would actually save a good chunk of time if we could go down the shortcut that's just below the rope that we climbed up here from. Okay, so... In fact, I remember the first time you joined Lone, it was actually like just to the north here. Down a couple of ropes and by a bear. Oh, unfortunately, that means we're also going to have to go past the bear. Well, I guess we can't have completely nice things. I'm pretty sure there's a dude somewhere over there, but I don't care enough to go find him. It has been proven scientifically and also through history. They found honey 70 million years old before humans existed. And it was still edible and as good as honey today. Well, eventually, think about it. Well, I guess sap turns into amber, not honey. Things like crackers that are sealed have a stupid long shelf life, yeah. Because crackers are so dry. Is this where the climbing rope is? Where the hell's the climbing rope? Did I get lost? I think I might have gotten lost. This could be a problem. But yeah, crackers are so dry, they don't stale because, I guess one, they're already super dry, and they don't spoil because the amount of dryness means that bacteria have a very tough time, there it is, have a very tough time growing in them. Okay, so we climb down. Yeah, actually, that valley over there, Lone, is I think the first place where you joined. Okay, we're eventually going to head back down there, and there's going to be probably a bear that hopefully we can sneak past, but I don't know for sure. If you don't need a diverse diet and you're in a post-apocalyptic world, stock up on honey. Yeah, definitely. The only downside of honey is that it's quite heavy. It's quite heavy because, you know, it's sort of got some liquid in it. And water, I don't know if you guys know, but water is actually extremely heavy. It's just that we never really... Also, I thought there was supposed to be a mountaineering rope by that mountaineering climb spot. Isn't there supposed to be a rope here already? No. Of course, we can't have nice things. Yeah, I am a fan of honey, but water is very heavy. If you guys are familiar with metric at all, and I don't know, Lone, you should be familiar with metric. It was invented in your country after all. The definition of 1 centimeter, well, the 1 centimeter, 1 liter, and 1 gram, they're all interrelated. Because 1 gram is defined as the mass of 1 centimeter cubed of water. And so it turns out, okay, here's a mountaineer. This is actually really good. Oh, this is very good. We'll take this one.
Kind of heavy.
We'll drop some more things. And this unlocks a shortcut. If you imagine a clock, we're at 12 o'clock on the clock right now, and the middle of the clock is the mountain. The climbing spot that we just looked at is at like 1 o'clock. If we go down there, we will still have to go all the way around to exit the map at the kind of 7 or 8 o'clock position on the map. But this mountaineering rope unlocks a shortcut at the 10 o'clock position, and this is going to be extremely convenient for us. Extremely convenient. You need to be patient to play this game. It's so slow and the map is so big. It is. That's kind of one of the reasons I like it. So let me just finish this point about the metric system. And it's short. The definition of 1 gram is 1 centimeter cubed of H2O water. And that ends up being that 1 meter cubed, which is basically like 1 yard cubed for those of us in not metric land. 1 meter cubed of water has a mass, it weighs 1 ton or 1,000 kilograms. So I guess it'd be, yeah, around a ton, maybe a little bit less. I guess it's a metric ton. It's a little bit less than an imperial ton, I think, but it is extremely heavy. And yeah, water can be expired because there's always a chance that has some impurities that one, things grow in it, and two, if it's plastic bottled water, then like I said before, eventually chemicals will leach into the water. How encumbered are we? We're 3 kilograms over encumbered. What can we ditch? Surely we have some things that we can ditch, right? Okay, first off, now that we have the rifle, I don't think we need the revolver. I'm sure I'm going to regret dropping all that ammo. What else can we ditch? We can probably drop... What can we drop? 3 kilograms. As much as it pains me, we don't need the flask. We don't need the tea, really. We don't need this many bandages. Especially now that we have the rifle. Don't need the purification tablets. I did not mean to drop that prepared birch bark. I want that birch bark. Okay, nothing here to drop. Using the translation, and it transforms expired into spoil. It's not a bad translation, although spoilage implies something beyond simply expired. Expired, at least in the US, typically refers to sort of peak quality has been passed, whereas spoiled, in my sort of thought, refers to if you eat this, it will actually make you sick, which is a little bit beyond. Okay, we can drop the accelerants. Surely we don't need this many matches, especially now that we have the fire striker. Birch bark, we're never going to find another birch bark, and they're only useful in pairs. What can we drop? I'm sure there's something we can, like, obviously we can drop. Like, you know what? There are 2 caves we need to go through. We probably don't need more than 2 flares. So let's keep 3 just in case. And certainly we're not going to be using a hatchet to chop down any trees. So give me back those flares, actually. Okay. All right, here we go. We are going fast. F-A-S-T. So I did offer for someone to estimate my age a while back, at least a while ago. I mean, I'm not going to say you're too close or too far, but I'm not mad that you would guess that. To be honest, I've gotten to the point where even looking at people, I'm not very good at guessing ages. So for voices, it's completely out. Completely out. Unless you've got that really sort of raspy, sort of old man kind of a voice. That's a little bit more detectable. Okay, there's our shortcut. You know that, I think it's called vocal fry. So that is one hint that, you know, you're probably past your 60s, or at least you're probably at least 60 if you're that like that, or you're a heavy smoker. Ah, look at this glorious, beautiful shortcut. Okay, very nice. Very nice. So we go down here. There's probably a wolf across that hill. So if we go around to the right, we should miss it. And then there's one more rope. I'm actually hoping we have enough fatigue to go down that extra rope too. We might not. It's going to be close. But then there's one more rope and then we're free. We're practically in Pleasant Valley already. Okay, let's go. And we have 1 day, 20 hours, and 33 minutes. How many of you guys have played, and this is perhaps a hint that 25 years old is something of an underestimate. How many of you guys have played The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask before? I'm getting Dawn of the Second Day, or yeah, what is it? 48 hours remain left. I'm getting those vibes. Oh, you know what? Pardon my French here, but if we run into that wolf, we're going to seal him up real good. Those of you who speak both French and English will get that joke. What are the 3 games you spent the most hours playing? So one of them I can say off the top of my head, it is no contest, not even close. It's Arma 3. I have played a lot of Arma 3. And then for the second game, I think I might have to say, shoot, the next 2, they're harder to guess. What else have I played a lot? I'll have to think about that. And this is not our shortcut. Where's our shortcut? It should be around this rock. You played one of the Zelda games, you don't know which one. Well, fortunately, there are a bunch of different aesthetic design choices in a lot of the different Zelda games. So if you describe a little bit of the graphics, you might be able to narrow it down quite substantially. Like if it's more realistic, it's probably going to be Twilight Princess. Here's our way down. If it's cel-shaded in an ocean, it's going to be Wind Waker. If there was a little paraglider you could go down, it's going to be either Tears of the Kingdom or the one that came before it. If it was old and very low poly, it was probably not Link's Awakening, it was probably just The Legend of Zelda. What was that called? The one that was on the N64. Was it just The Legend of Zelda? No, that was the Ocarina of Time. The one thing I wouldn't be able to help you with very much is the Game Boy games. Yeah, the Game Boy games, I don't think I'd be able to pick apart. Although I do remember some of the gimmicks, so I might be able to narrow it down if you could remember which gimmick the game had. Okay, I'm hoping we'll be able to stumble into Pleasant Valley and head down to the Prepper Cache. We'll spend the night in the Prepper Cache. Ooh, that's 6 of our precious hours gone at least. Woof. Luckily, though, the rope that is between us and the rest of Pleasant Valley should be the last climbing rope that we have to go through. Damn. Yeah, it took all day to sleep and then get down the mountain, didn't it? Now, I'm looking for 2 things. On the right, I'm looking for a cut into the mountains. That's going to be our way out. Or on the left, if I see the landing gear, I know I've gone too far. Let's see, what else have I spent a long time playing? This might not be in the top 3, but it would be pretty far up there, even though I've not played it a lot recently. And that would be maybe StarCraft, the first one in particular. Train Simulator, Minecraft, and Roblox. Now, you see, Roblox, I could see being, actually Minecraft too, I could see being way, way, way high up there. And also, I can't see ISH in this snow. Jesus. I don't think we've passed our turn, though. But this weather is very unfortunate, because getting lost is not something we can afford right now. And Roblox, I'm honestly thinking counting it on that list might be kind of cheating. Just because it's so many games. It turned into like, I don't know. Now I thought that would be the cut, but apparently not. Maybe over this hill here. Please get off of this steep hill. I don't want to break an ankle. Pretty please. Come on now, come on. There we go. I don't remember going up here. Where the heck is this? This isn't a cliff, is it? No. No, it's not a cliff. Where the heck are we? Guys, I may be lost. I may be a little bit lost. But yeah, as I was saying, Roblox has like... It's like a lot of different games on one... this should be passable. On one sort of engine. One platform. Okay, that's a little steeper than I was anticipating it being. Can I please get down onto some flat, please? Some flat, please. There we go. Okay. Now, where in the actual heck? This might be our cut. I think this is our cut. Which means somewhere over there should be the landing gear. Yeah, there's the landing gear. Here's our cut. Everything is nice. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. If you add up the numbers from just those games, it's almost 8,000 hours. I mean, I think at this point I probably have almost 3,000 hours in Arma 3 alone. Although I'm not entirely sure how accurate that can be because it has a launcher, and I don't always turn the launcher off when I play it. So I do rack up hours overnight that really shouldn't count. All right, one day, 19 hours and 14 minutes. I'm feeling pretty positive about this. Now, we really actually only have about 1 day and 10 hours. And that's because we're going to be sleeping for 9 the second we hit this prepper cache. But food-wise, hydration-wise, I think we're good to go. Just run all the way through. For Minecraft, you can add a lot more. Oh, yep. Multiple accounts. That'll do it too. That will do it too. It seems like someone loaned you their Minecraft. See what I did there? You see it? You see what I did? I've done something terrible. I've made a pun. Yep. Right, at any rate, some hydration. Don't forget to hydrate. I have a glass of water that I've forgotten was here the whole time. Delicious. Delicious water because there are metals and other things dissolved in it. All right, how close are we? Yeah, we should be able to get down the ladder before we lose our carry weight. Let's just say, Gecko, if you're still here and listening, getting well fed in the prepper's cache down here is clutch. That turned out to be very important for all the things I'm carrying right now. So currently the plan is, this is Pleasant Valley that we're entering from the north, and we're just heading south. The middle of this entire region is just like, it's basically just farms. It's like a very open farm. We're going to be skewing on the eastern side. Yeah, Twilight Princess. So that would be the one that has the kind of pseudo-realistic graphics, like dark and gritty. That one I do know about. And the gimmick was you turned into a wolf. And you know what? Perhaps that awakens something in you. Yeah, I know. It's rough streaming through. I don't know if it's my monitor or if the stream darkens it some, but on my monitor I can barely see the rock is dark. And the snow is, of course, it's white, right? I can barely see the edges between the rock and the snow. All right, but here's the prepper's cache. I'm going to stumble over to the bed, and then we're going to sleep for actually probably about 10 hours. Like this, I can't see anything right now. I just have to kind of remember where things are. Like, if I was a bed, where would I be? Somewhere over here, right? Where's the entrance? That means the bed is here. 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 Where's the bed? Show me the bed. Okay, actually, I'm kind of lost. We walk over, we look down. There it is. Okay. Sleep for 10. And fingers crossed. And now, it should be daytime. If we time it nicely, it might be a quite picturesque dawn as well. It might be a little bit past that, but it could be nice. Okay, yeah. Look at all this beautiful food we have. We got vegetarian airline food. We got meals ready to eat. which actually need water to cook, to prepare. So I don't know why they help you with drinking. Think across all the games you've ever played, easily 35,000 hours of playtime. You know, that would be maybe, and we don't actually need to pick up any of this stuff, maybe a flare or two. Yeah, we don't need any of this stuff. How much water do we have? 2 liters. That's fine. And you can't leave the maple syrup behind. Yeah, 35k or 40k. Warhammer 40k. All right, here we go. This is nicer weather. Got anything nice in here? I'm going to be so pissed if there's a revolver in here. I'm going to be so mad. No, just another cooking pot. We already have one. Actually, we dropped a cooking pot somewhere. It's fine. We don't need another cooking pot. We're just going. We're going. It would be interesting to estimate that. Yeah. Although, it gets hard to estimate how much time, you know, I spent playing back in the proverbial day. Back in the proverbial day. Okay, so the plan is, imagine a big square. The middle of the square, what would the square look like? Look like a platter, where the middle of the square is flat, and the edge of the square has basically some slope on it. All those edges of the square are the edges of the region here, and they've got like stuff that isn't the farm. We're going to be heading down the rightwards east edge, which conveniently actually has a road going down most of it. We're going to be following the road, eventually heading off the road to the left, and going up into the hills into a mine. And that mine is going to lead us to the coastal highway, which is our next region. A French GTA player named LaSalle, who actually finished the game to 100% with those kind of open-ended, open-world, quasi-collectathon games. That's kind of crazy. Knows the game better than Rockstar themselves, especially if you think about it, because everyone at Rockstar is going to be responsible, if they're a designer, for just one part of the game. And the person who's sort of managing them all isn't going to know all the details. So it does make sense that it's possible for a player to know more than the developers. In the first year of the release, he already has 50,000 hours of playtime, and the game is now 14 years old, and he still plays it. That's... Okay, rough estimate. A day is 25 hours. 2 days is 50 hours. 20 days is 500 hours. 200 days is 5,000 hours. LaSalle must have a total current of 50,000 hours, because 50,000 hours is like multiple years. So I don't think he could have gotten all that on the first year. Yeah, 20, 200, 20 is 500, 200, no, 20 is 500, 200, no. Yeah, 200 is 5,000. Yeah, 2,000 days. 5,000 hours is almost 2,000 days, which I guess makes sense. Divide 5,000 by 25 and you'll get 2,000. Okay. Kind of not looking forward to this blizzard, but visibility is just going lower and lower. I think I know what to look for to turn off to the left. He may have misspoke, or he may have meant 5,000 hours. Because 5,000 hours would be even that would be pushing it. That's 200 days in 1 year. Including eating, sleeping, and all that. But he may have flubbed the math a little bit. Or he may have misspoken and meant the whole time, as opposed to just in the first year. You know, every single time I'm trying to walk somewhere, the wind decides to blow against me. What a pain. Although we can walk on the road here and walk a little bit faster. Unfortunately, we can't see much. Fortunately, I do think I remember the visual cue we're looking for to turn off the road, and there should be some kind of a fence to the left. That's what we're looking for. Already spoken to people at Rockstar, and the employee said LaSalle taught them things about their own game. It makes sense. It does make a lot of sense, especially if you think about when you have a bunch of complicated systems in a single game, there are going to be emergent effects that the designers will not have intended. Effectively, think about how people break a game to do a crazy speed run. You know how you can do something like Super Mario 64 only getting like 10 stars instead of the 60 you usually need. So even developers, first, not all the developers will understand or know every intended aspect of the game. That's one layer. Two, even the developers, if you combine their knowledge, they're not going to have knowledge of how all of those systems interact and the emergent gameplay that will come out of them. And then a third layer is the developers are not perfect. They will have made mistakes. There will be bugs left in. And how are we doing? We would be so screwed if we didn't have this good clothing. But there will be bugs and mistakes in the game that they'll not know about that will cause additional emergent behavior that they wouldn't be able to predict. I'm still looking for this this fence off to the left. I think I might have already passed it, but I'm also going to stay the course because I always think I traveled farther than I actually traveled. Okay, here we go. This intersection goes to a dead end, and I remember the fence is south of the intersection, so the fence is still this way. You have the next Albert Einstein in France. What's his new theory of relativity going to be? So it's less impressive when you realize, first, I've just been following this road the whole time, and second, that I've just been looking for this broken fence the whole time. Or I guess it's not really broken, there's an entrance over here. And now, we just follow this little Canada trowel road. Yeah, we're going to be fine hypothermia-wise. We'll warm up plenty in the mine. So we follow this road. It's going to curve around to the right. It's going to go up into the hill, and it's going to end at a mine. We'll go into the mine. 1 day and 7 hours. Night of the second day. 36 hours remain. Or I guess 29 hours remain at this point. Well, let's just say if we get lost here, it's not good. It is very not good. But I think we're not lost yet. I have a vague recollection here. If we start climbing uphill without having to turn left too much, we're in a good spot. Yeah, we can definitely. This is like one of the only times I do, damage boosting effectively. The speedrunner strat of you exchange health for going fast. Okay. Yeah, I think we're still... Yeah, this is... I'm still feeling good about this. Someone named Emilien plays on a French game show that airs on lunchtime. Le deux coups de midi. I don't know how to pronounce French words. I'm sure I butchered that completely. A game where you win money by answering very, very difficult questions about the world. The record for the best time is 3 weeks without being eliminated. It lasted 2.5 years. Okay, so that game show sounds a lot like Jeopardy. If it was like, so in the US we have Jeopardy. It's a game show where, there will be a team, basically like 3 people, and they compete to answer the most trivia questions. But it sounds, based on the way you're describing it, like it's Jeopardy, but much harder. Much, much harder. All right, how close are we? I don't like how these things are going to start freezing soon. But we'll be inside soon enough. Yeah, this is looking good. This is looking like we're up in the If we see an old man's beard on the right here, we'll know we're in the right place. My people. The signal that foretells the prophecy. It has arrived. I'm just going to take this for nostalgic purposes. But I think we had a similar person a while back. You can probably look this up on Wikipedia. There was a guy named... Was it Ken Jennings? Or was that... No, Alex Trebek was the host. There was a guy named Ken Jennings who went on the US sort of flagship trivia show and lasted for a completely insane amount of time. Where's our light? Here we go. And this is exactly why I took this flare. Watch there be a storm lantern right here or something stupid. Okay, no storm lantern. But we might as well take a few coals. You never know when we're going to get caught out. Revolver cartridge. No revolver. Alright, let's go. Let's move it. We like to move it, move it. The only problem is I don't actually remember the correct path in this mine. I think there is one dead end that you can take, but I think it might also be coming in from the other direction. Nope. Wouldn't you know it? The one dead end you can take, I took it. So we go around the other way. Somehow, deep down in this mine, we still hear the woo of the blizzard. Anything nice here? Okay, I don't remember which way. Not this way. 5 people around the table, first to answer correctly. Green lights on the floor, and it makes your yellow. I see. I see, so it's like an elimination thing. That makes sense. And it also makes sense how it would be so hard to stay on for so long. In Jeopardy, it's not like you get eliminated per se. Well, you do get eliminated eventually. But you don't get eliminated by getting a certain number of things wrong. You get eliminated eventually by having the fewest points at the end of either a round or at the end of the show, is how you get eliminated. And so as long as you're better than the other people, even if the questions are extremely hard and no one does well, as long as you're better than the other people in Jeopardy, you'll continue on. But here, if you just get eliminated outright, if you get a certain number wrong, my goodness, I cannot imagine how stressful and how hard it would be to last for, what did you say, 2.5 weeks? No, 3 weeks. 3 weeks of straight trivia, never getting a storm lantern, of course. We don't need it. Don't need that, don't need that. 3 weeks of never getting more than, 4 or 5 trivia questions wrong is crazy. Absolutely insane. Okay, 1 day and 5 hours. More revolver ammunition. I don't want revolver ammunition. Either give me a revolver or stop. This is at this point, I feel like it's bullying. Some kind of emotional abuse that this game is making me experience. Okay, here's the exit. And I don't know if you guys can hear it over the flare, but I still hear the wind of the blizzard outside. I think... Scrap. Another flare. I think we pop a quick squat here, and maybe sleep for a couple of hours and try to roll a little bit better weather. I'm really hoping that the last day and a half of this mode is not just scripted to be a blizzard the whole time. But I'm also suspecting that it might be. Unless... the wind has gone. Okay. We are practically home free at this point. As long as we don't starve. But with all these delicious MREs, how could we starve? Uh-oh. The cat is threatening to stand in front of the monitor again. Let me give him a little bit of a scratch while we do some menuing. Can't actually see where the water is to click on it. I'll have to use the OBS. There we go. Oh! Just pushed a camera off the top of the monitor. Gotta watch this tail, bud. Okay. Oops. Let's move. Wow. Pretty chunky. Okay. Let me just... And I think this wasn't the webcam that we were using to see me, quote unquote. And it should be fine, I hope. Buddy, you gotta stop walking in front of the screen. I can snap my fingers and bring you over to the other side of the desk and give him scratchies. Okay, we have two options. I believe if we head to the left here, we will eventually end up going past the Firewatch overlook. And I think it's possible to skirt on the northern and the eastern side of the map, all the way down to the transition to the next region. Alternatively, if we go right, that will eventually spit us out on the Frozen Bay, which I'm more familiar with, but I think we don't have time for it. Okay, now, if this cat does one of two things, right now he's sitting exactly in the middle of the screen. He can either move, or he can lay down. Both of these things would be an improvement. But currently, we're kind of in an in-between state. Oh my god. Someone in the audience asked, where was I born? And he just knew. That, I don't know if that's correct, or a joke, or planted, but that is kind of crazy if true. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to move the cat because now his little paw is on the keyboard and he's pressing buttons. Come on, buddy. Right over here. Nope, you're okay. You're okay. I'm gonna pick you up. Don't look at me like that. I think he might want to claw me if I try to pick him up. I mean, but that's not the kind of thing that you can just cold read from someone. Okay, he's getting kind of mad. But what if I move the keyboard? Will he lay down? Just get a little bit prepared in case we have a wolf friend. Buddy, you gotta move. 1 day, 3 hours. I'm feeling pretty confident about this challenge. I shouldn't have said that. I probably should not have said that. So the only reason I think that it might be a joke, in the sense that the person might have said yes, as like, he might have just thrown out a location and a date as kind of like a joke, because honestly, how could anyone know that? Like a random person's birthday? Or alternatively, it might have been, you know, someone he knew. And they kind of, you know, did it. If we had time, I'd go and check that. But we don't have time, so I'm not going to go check it. Yeah, we're just speed running. We're just going. That sounds like a deer. I'm hoping that's a deer noise. Okay, so if you imagine an upside down U, the middle of the U is the frozen bay, and the left, top, and right of the U are basically the land around the bay. It's all hilly. It's all very hilly once you get off the shore. We started out at the top middle of the U, and we're going around to the right side of the U. And we're just skewing as close to the edge of the U as we can get. Eventually, at the bottom right of the U, we'll be able to turn, basically the coast will turn to the left. If you know what an omega looks like, a capital omega, that's the shape we're talking about here. And that leads to the Crumbling Highway, which is the next region that we're going to be passing through. The Crumbling Highway is short. It's a more of a transition region. There's possibly a couple of wolves in the way. I think I just heard a deer or something. Something over on the right here. But we're past it. There's possibly a couple of wolves in the way on the crumbling highway, but I think we can take care of them. The guy knows Colombian internal regulations from 1513 by heart. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Some people have that sort of eidetic memory. They can just memorize things very, very well. An absolute public menace. Yeah, making everyone else look bad. Okay, I think we're just going to be switching back here until we get closer to the coast. We're not going to break an ankle if we go over here, right? No, this should probably be fine. Okay, now I'm pretty sure I remember this tree and then that shack. But I don't remember anything around it. It's definitely an acorn tree. What if we just took a pit stop to get some acorns? Well, some people have just incredible memories. Like, you read effectively an encyclopedia and you just can recall all of it. It wouldn't surprise me. And think about it. Think about how many people there are. And everybody's got, you know, slightly different... that's just a trailer. Let's not go uphill. Eventually, we're going to want to go down to the coast. Because the transition is on the coast. Let's not get... I'm worried about getting trapped up high in the hills there if we go up. This way is possibly a little bit less direct, but also almost certainly more reliable. And we're not so short on time that we need to take a risk. But if you think about how many people there are, it's, you know, not a complete surprise that one of them is going to have a memory that is just absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Pretty decent chance that we got wolves in this town, though. But I don't hear any and I don't see any. There could also be deer here. That's a mailbox. That's not a wolf. Okay. We take advantage of the speed boost walking on the road yet again. My favorite speed boost. And I still don't hear any nearby awoos. Surely there's a revolver in the garage there. Is that a deer noise? What is that? Okay, it's a deer noise, so we're safe here. Well, we're practically there now. Unless something crazy happens, this is almost a victory lap. One day, 1 hour and 56 minutes. So the cat is now laying down in front of the monitor. He has forced me to put the keyboard on my lap to make room for him. I can see most of the screen. I can't see the bottom where Mackenzie is holding the rifle, and his head is poking up a little bit to the right of the temperature, fatigue, thirst, hunger gauges. That's a wolf. That's a wolf. As long as we don't run into a bear on this road. Very popular game in France. 7 million people watch it. I mean, it sounds pretty thrilling is a word I would say, because of the elimination rule. But yeah, 7 million people is those are great numbers for TV nowadays. Great numbers. The downside is the cat's tail is now messing around with the mouse. I think we'll be okay. I mean, honestly, the worst case scenario that I'm seeing right now is the fog rolls in a little bit more. Which kind of would make using the flare gun useless. Because you wouldn't be able to see it through the fog. But oh well. That's not my problem. That's the game's problem. That's a deer. Okay, move around the tail. Ow, ow. I touched his tail a little bit. It made him a little bit mad, and he's not so good at retracting his claws when he tries to bat me with his paw. Let's just leave it at that. Okay, now this is something of a bear territory. And I have seen a bear come this way. Let's just keep an eye out, keep an ear out. Game show that airs at 7 p.m., so it's a different game show. Oh, for 40 years. Ah, interesting. Oh, that is kind of interesting. You have to know the lyrics. And lasting for that long, that sounds like it has the same pedigree as Jeopardy, like I mentioned earlier does. Because Jeopardy in the United States is a very old show. It might even go back into the 1970s. I don't know exactly, but it's very old. I think we dodged the bear. Yeah, this is looking good. This is looking really good. Man. If I didn't know, if I had never been in Timberwolf Mountain before, I think this would have been impossible for me. Because this challenge is not doable unless you are very comfortable understanding all of the different rope positions. Okay, and this gap here should be our transition to, what is it, Crumbling Highway? The commuters lament. Lamenting that they can no longer commute. There we go. Okay, 2 possible wolves in our way in this region, and then 2 or maybe 3 more in the next region. This is for, I guess, people who haven't played. See you, Alone. See you. Although we are almost at the end. But if you gotta go, you gotta go. That's how it's gotta be. But as I was saying, this region, it's one of those transition regions. It's actually quite thin. Well, I guess it's thin with a fat middle, and the middle has 2 or 3 different ways you can go from one side to the other. But other than that, it's quite thin. All right, let's seal some wolves. Depending on where they are. Finished all your tasks and can lock in again. On our way to Desolation Point? Hell yeah, we are. In fact, do you smell that? Do you hear that? For those of you who are Andrew Hussey aficionados, that's the note that Desolation plays. Oh, midnight in France? That's a good point. You're like, what, plus 6 hours? Plus 7 or 8? Plus some unreasonable number of hours. Yeah. Okay. So, there's 2 possible fluffs here. That's one of them. You know, I was today years old when I learned that you could walk when you were aiming the rifle. Oh, no, you know what? It's the rifle you can walk with. It's the revolver you can't. Okay, so can we sneak around, buddy? It's not looking too promising. Actually, if we can get up... That looks too steep to climb up. So, what if we trick him? Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Oh. Well, if you're just going to eat that rabbit, I'll go around you. Oh. He hunted one and then immediately started stalking the other. I didn't realize, and he was right next to us when he got that second one. All right, Buddy's fine. He can just chill over there and do his own thing. Oh yeah. We are 1 mine away from the final region, and we have a luxurious 24 hours and 34 minutes to travel it in. I'm so happy we didn't have to travel over that broken railroad trestle at the ravine in the night, that I found that other shortcut to the north side of the dam. That would have been extremely rough. Although at the same time, if I fell off of that, it would have been pretty early into the run, so maybe not that much of a loss. All right. Yet again, we're going to be decadent. What do we have? Closed locker and an open locker. Nothing. Nothing. Even some coal. You know what? I have so much carry weight freed up, let's even take that coal. And the decadence begins. Using our consumables. Oh no. So I thought I was in trouble because the cat stood up again, but he was just repositioning. But yeah, Gecko, this is the final countdown to the point where I think we can even make it with this much fatigue without having to nap. Let's just say it was extremely clutch to bring a hacksaw up to the top of Timberwolf Mountain, because that kitted us out with all the good clothing. We actually didn't need any of the tools. We did find a rifle there, fortunately. And also a ton of airline food and MREs. So that's super lightweight, super high calories. And we've just been heading back on that. We got to the top of Timberwolf Mountain, I want to say, with maybe somewhere between 2 and 2.5 days left. I think we left the top of Timberwolf Mountain with about 2 days left. So my 1.5 day estimate to get back here is maybe not that far off of accurate. Get out of here. Get out of here. We don't need your garbage. Be a shame if this gave me food poisoning. A real shame. All right. Now, we were in Desolation Point yesterday, and we did see it's possible for there to be 2 wolves on the road here. Let's just be a little careful on that front. Because we do still have some lost condition from that blizzard we went through. That very rude blizzard. And of course, I've been carrying around this flashlight the whole time. There hasn't been a single aurora. Like, what the hell? I actually feel robbed. Okay, I just heard some very ominous and menacing background music. And it's not even past evening yet. Oh, really? Only one of the challenges allows auroras. Interesting. I suspected that, I mean, if that's the case, I feel like they shouldn't spawn loot-like flashlights. I suspected there were some custom settings for this, because it wouldn't, if I had the option, I would have chosen Interloper for this, because I did a big, long Voyager survival run. I kind of want to try something on Interloper now, but it didn't let me choose, which led me to believe, 1, that there's no wolves, at least if there are, they're in the hills there. But 2, that they probably have some kind of specific flags turned on or off. Oh my. Do we check for the moose on the bridge? I kind of want to check for the moose on the bridge. surely just a peek couldn't hurt, right? I mean, actually, how many... Okay, so we've got 10 in the rifle and 10 extra. We found 30 rounds of rifle ammunition. And probably close to 50 rounds of revolver ammunition, but no revolver. That's a wolf. Why is there a wolf here? There's not supposed to be a wolf here. Why are you here, buddy? You're not going to come over the hill, are you? Certainly. Certainly you're just going to be hunting rabbit. Let's check for the moose. I want to see if there's a moose. Because we have 23 hours and 29 minutes. Also, I would like to come up on that ledge, on that, because it should give us a better chance of going around the wolf. But first, moose check. Show me what you got. No moose. Okay, so we try to go around to the left. And hopefully the wolf doesn't find us. The wolf sounds like he's right in front of us. That's not great. Let's hope he's busy. Okay, you're right there. You're busy, right? Surely you're busy. And then your tummy's going to be full. Oh, that's kind of a big jump. All right. I think we made it, boys. I think... I'm not going to finish that sentence. I'm not going to finish that sentence. What if there's a landmine right under the door to the lighthouse? I'm going to be so mad if there's a revolver on the desk in here. Okay, so. Oh, Canada. Why do you have to be so foggy all the time? Okay, no revolver. Unless? No, that's a newsprint roll. Oh my goodness. Now all I need to do is not fall off the top here. I feel like Mackenzie is struggling up these... More revolver ammunition, what the hell? And of course I didn't pick up the pry bar and there's like 10 billion lockers. Take the rifle cartridge. Jerry can, don't need it. Alright, show me. Show me what you got. Certainly no revolver, right? Okay. The moose. Do we take pot shots at the moose before we shoot this off? Or do we shoot this thing at the moose? What do you guys think? Because we got all these rifle rounds and nothing to use them on other than this moose. Shoot the flare at the moose. We got one vote for shoot the flare at the moose. I'm leaning that way as well. So, but Chelsea, do we snipe the moose with the flare? Probably have to aim like up here or something. Yeah, I think we try with the flare. Just wait for... But this is also the first place I hunted a moose before. I shot it. I tried to shoot it with arrows. Okay, well, if it'll end the challenge if I shoot it anywhere before it lands, I guess we should probably use the rifle. Well, it's somewhat thematic, isn't it? Probably use the flare. I forgot to reload it. I always forget to reload this thing. The two loudest noises, also the fog is lifting. The two loudest noises you'll ever hear, the second loudest is a bang when you expected to hear a click. And the first loudest noise you'll ever hear is a click when you expected to hear a bang. Oh, not even close. I really wish I had aimed a lot higher because we could have hit him. Okay, well that's that. I guess confirm. Okay, well, one down. Challenges. New. Okay, so that is one. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. And I guess next time we'll try the Hunted Part 1. Nothing can kill him but the trapper's old bear killer rifle. Get to the trapper's cabin before the bear gets you. Avoid the bear, get to the trapper's cabin in Mystery Lake. What could Part 2 be? Oh, I guess Part 2 is Hunt the Bear. Actually find ammo for it. Alright. That's probably a good place to end it. So next time I guess we'll do the Hunted Part 1. Whew. Kind of a little bit... I probably should have been more worried with respect to the amount of time left. Especially entering Timberwolf Mountain with really only like 3 days left. But I suppose things worked out. I suppose they worked out. Alright. So let's call it here. And I guess let's do the outro, the quote-unquote outro. As you guys have been observing. This entire time, you might not have believed it, but I have been Yuchi. And we tried. We tried and succeeded this time. So alright, I'll see you guys on the proverbial flip side. Tentatively, maybe sometime Friday. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm trying to get a little bit more regular, but it's hard. Alright. I'll see you guys.